1974.
Europe's final weekend is upon us as the European Fall Invitational gets underway with day one. I'm here with Jorby and Johnny, and I'm Jeef X. Welcome to the RLCS. Jay's everywhere. I had to fit in somehow, you know.
I was wondering where you were going with that one, but yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
Didn't quite work out as well.
Decent rebrand.
We'll let you have that one.
Thank you. No, don't let me have that one. You do not give that to me at all. By the way, what we want to point out right now is that this, again, is the last weekend here for Europe to book their way into Rotterdam because it's coming up close. We want you to book your way there too. Remember to exclamation point tickets. There are tickets available in chat right now to get the link. Grab your tickets. We want to see you there at Rotterdam, the first major of this season. You got to be there. It's going to be exciting. But let's talk about this last weekend here because players are still trying to get to that point too. You guys get the easy route. Just buy your ticket and get there. These guys got to play to get their way to that pot. Let's talk about what's on the line for this weekend here. Because first off, Jorby, there's a lot of money on the line. If we're thinking short term, this is what they're looking for.
Yep, a lot of money in these regionals. So getting these top eights, certainly no, you might not make a major just by making top eights, but you will make a little bit of cash. Obviously, first place, getting the lion's share of it. But if you're here in the main event in the top 16, you do walk away with some money at all, which is pretty nice.
And of course, I'm looking at, again, if we're thinking long term, those points right beside the very large prize pool, because those are starting to come into real big importance. I mean, they've always been important, Johnny, but real big importance now as we start to look at the points leaderboard, because we have a couple scenarios now leading into this weekend, a couple today that could even come true.
Yeah, Carmine Corp sitting pretty at the top of the standings. They're already confirmed for the major. Quadrant right behind them with 2 wins today. They'll seal the major. And also major qualification on the line for Oxygen if they can just make it out of Swiss today. Still a chance that Moise can confirm today, but that will rely on some other results going in their favor. So most likely we'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out if Moise are confirmed. They're probably going, though. Don't panic, Moise fans. And for all the teams below them, if they do not make it out of Swiss today, they're eliminated from major contention. So it's pretty simple for now. But of course, that's going to get more complicated as the weekend goes on.
I'm just looking, Jorby, at BDS, and it just seems like an out-of-place position for that name to be.
Yeah, right, a little strange, isn't it? But I mean, this has kind of been BDS. Whenever they come into these regionals, it's always difficult. Like they don't come in. It's not free for them, right? The world champions have always had stiff competition in Europe, and with how much change happened over the off season, over the 40 or so days over the off season, it's really no surprise that they're gonna have that stiff competition. We've seen teams like Quadrant, a retooled Carmine Corp, come in and be really strong. Even Oxygen in the first regional, if they put it together this regional, that's going to be a team BDS would end up struggling against. So it's not too surprising to me, but as long as BDS make land, I think they'll be okay.
Let's take a look at what's going to go on this weekend, how it's going to happen. Swiss, you guys should be familiar with this by now. You win 3, you're in. You lose 3, you're out into that single elimination that continues on for day 2 and then onward into day 3 where we crown a champion. Johnny, again, this is a format that teams are used to, they're familiar with. There's a couple opportunities. You don't just lose 2 and done. You still get that third chance if you're maybe not on the ball today. Yeah,
it's usually the time of the show where we say it's important to get a good start, but for some of these teams it might not be. Aogiri actually made it out of Swiss last week after losing their first 2 rounds, or 2 weeks ago I should say, and 2 weeks before that they were eliminated from Swiss after winning their first 2 rounds. So don't panic if your team loses round 1. It really can be a very, very swingy format where once you get going you're hard to stop in those later rounds.
Let's talk about the matchups today, Jorby, because I want to let people know and remind people that we're only going to be able to hone into one of these matches on each of the rounds. There's 5 rounds total. We'll cover each of the rounds, but one match will be broadcast here. All these orgs, they have their team streams going on. Go support them. Hop on over to their streams. Get in the chat. Start supporting. Start spamming away. And make sure you know that they got your support and your love behind these teams, because a lot of wonderful broadcasting casters bringing these matches to you. But looking at these matchups, Jorby, I'm just curious about, since we only get to focus on one, if there's any matchups here that you would be watching if we weren't here casting these ones.
Yeah, I honestly like. I think some of these are tough. I want to see if Williams Resolve can put it back together, but Carmine Corp, that's a tough draw for them. The one that I have my eye on, a team in particular, is Oxygen. Oxygen, really disappointing in the Fall Cup. I think that the questions around this team's consistency were there even after their performance in the Fall Open. So I see this first match against Sonics, and while Oxygen haven't dropped to teams at Sonics level, it certainly feels like it's a setup for disaster to happen for Oxygen. I think this first round is really important for them.
I mean, absolutely, because I agree with you. I would expect them to win that too. So hopefully they can fall through. Johnny, how about you?
Yeah, keep an eye on Vitality, Aogiri as well. That's a massive match. EG Tundra as well. These teams are all extremely, extremely close in points. Aogiri, like I said, might be looking to lose that one so they can set up the triple win in a row in the later rounds. Of course, I don't think that's part of their plan, but Vitality started off the season worse than anyone in this list pretty much, and now they're actually in with a great chance of making it. If they can make a deep run this tournament like they did last time, then they can still make the major.
I honestly think there's so many incredible storylines across all these teams. Everyone's their own main character in this. There's no one that's just set there to be the bad guy. So it's a lot of really, really cool matchups. Again, as I mentioned, go support your favorite team in those team streams. But if you are sticking around with us, we're going to be following that bottom one down there, Team Liquid versus G1. Now, this matchup to me feels, Johnny, like 2 teams that have a lot of potential in them, and a lot of people are expecting them to do pretty well. And now they're facing off against each other, but still kind of struggling to maybe hit the heights that we know that they can.
Yeah, Team Liquid in particular, it seemed like that potential had been realized at the tail end of last season, and now they've just kind of fallen off, while the rest of the teams around them start to improve. So yeah, really still waiting for Team Liquid to make that splash in the new season. As for G1, yeah, they're an exciting team. A lot of people have been asking, where did this G1 come from? Have they got any kind of relation to G2? Of course they do. Atomic for G1, Atomic for G2. Atomic from G2 actually dodged the 1v1 with Atomic from G1 in the past, and that makes sense because 1 comes before 2, G first, G second. There's a lot of history there, and maybe a lot in the future as well if G1 can make land.
Jorby, this matchup, early on, what for the vibe? Don't give me a prediction here, but early on for the vibe, the play style, what are we expecting out of these 2 teams?
I honestly never know what to expect from Liquid in Swiss.
Fair.
They seem to struggle in this format consistently. So they might start weakly and then end really strong, or they might absolutely slap G1 to start off and then end up struggling later on in Swiss. It's honestly hard for me to determine how Liquid are going to do. I do expect G1 to play really well. They've been consistent at their level. I think they're a really strong team.
Yeah.
Mark by 8 has clearly been a great pickup for Dorito and Atomic. So I think that this is going to be a difficult one for Liquid.
Well, let's get the chat involved for the first time today. Get the fan vote up there. What do you guys think? Hashtag G1, hashtag TL. What for the team you think is going to win here? While you're doing that, we got ours down pat here, and off the bat, it does feel like it's a G1 series. So Johnny, Liquid definitely in our eyes have a bit of that uphill battle to take the victory here.
Yeah, both teams coming in today with the exact same points in the leaderboards, but I've just been more impressed with G1 so far this season. I think Team Liquid have looked pretty flat, and G1 have been pretty close to that real deal, looking very, very good against top-tier competition when they face them. Will they be brought down to Liquid's level? Will Liquid step it back up to their previous form? We'll find out soon, but I'm back in G1.
Okay, chat. Are you going to even things out here, or is this a G1 game? A little bit even. They just don't know. I feel like Europe, Jarby, has honestly been a lot of time we're doing these predictions. It's been pretty 50-50. Chat's been pretty on point and keeping things even.
Well, Leaf, if you've been following the European region for any amount of time, you know that there is no game that you could predict and be 100% right on. We are underway. Funnily enough, for 3 straight regionals, Johnny, Liquid and G1 have actually not met yet. So this is their very first matchup, despite Swiss giving us so many. We get our first look at both of these squads against each other.
And the full Spanish roster trying to continue the return to the top 4. Spain, they really made a good showing for themselves in RLCS Season X. That was the first season where Spain really started to compete with the top countries in Europe. But last season, not really as successful for them. Of course, the peak would have been marked by 8 winning the Fall Major with BDS before he was benched after the Winter Major. So this is one of the teams, predominantly Spanish, that's at the top of the game right now. Ato just narrowly missing. The G1 defense knew that shot was over the bar. And you really don't want to be given young, talented players like Ato and Oski, and Chronic as well, of course. We sometimes forget how young he is since he's been around for a while, but these guys are very dangerous with their solo plays close to your net.
And Liquid, like you were saying earlier, have yet to show that pop-off potential that we know that they can. And Otto does get the first goal for Liquid here.
Yeah, big dunk on the infield. Atomic making a pretty risky 50-50 there. Probably thinking a bit too much about winning it and didn't cover the goal side of the ball. It's just gone straight in off the far post. I don't think Atomic realized that he was, in fact, the last man in that play if the ball goes to the far post.
Chronic trying to keep that ball in. Oski rotating back to midfield and trying to weave around this G1 midfield line. Unsuccessful. Team Liquid get pushed back to the blue half. Trying to get set up again here. Otto trying to set it up. Tried to get the dunk on Atomic there, and Chronic was waiting for it, but just never could get the opportunity.
Yeah, Atto so far looking like the most dangerous player. And look at Oski lurking upfield. That's going to surprise the defense. Atto starts as a 30 again. But Chronic decides not to dive in. He's been mostly third man here as Oski and Atto run riot up front. Now a chance for Chronic, but he's really botched that second touch. And the uncontested air dribble just kind of grinds to a halt before he could get going.
Marked by 8, running into Atomic and then double committing with Dorito on the play. But no sweat for G1, actually maybe a little bit here as the bounce shot gets around 1. And Oski tries to weave his way in, but marked by 8 with no boost, gets another clear. G1 all trying to push forward on that one. Dorito also cheating up past the midfield line. A good carry from Liquid puts it right back in the orange half. Oski might have something. No, marked by 8. Reliable for now on the back wall. Dorito's got to make the grab. He got a great catch and drop over to Atomic, but then his own worst enemy in the air. Quick shot off the bar.
Yeah, so many chances for Atto. Chronic now alone in defense. The infield pass is good. The shot off target. Briefly, Chronic and Atto run into each other there. It's been about Atto in offense so far. He's getting a lot of chances to take shots. He's not hit the target with a few of them. And the bar has been rattled. G1 have been rattled in game 1 by Liquid.
They haven't been able to get anything going in the blue half. And there, Dorito just trying to delay the inevitable. Marked by 8 again on the back line, preventing Liquid from finding the net a second time. Dorito getting in the air. Not enough for G1. How far they are on the rotation. Both players past the midfield line. Now they might get done by Atomic, or excuse me, not Atomic, Chronic. There's a lot of A's on the pitch right now, so forgive me, but Chronic gonna take it out.
A lot of Onyx as well. It's happening a lot in the Rocket League scene recently. That was a marvelous mind game by Atto, or sorry, from Chronic. I'm getting them mixed up as well. But as he advanced down the left-hand line pretty effortlessly. G1 looking a bit slow to the ball right now. I think they've tried to up the pace, and that's just led to double commits on occasion. Team Liquid
mostly on. Yeah, no, sorry, I was going to say. Go ahead, Johnny.
I was going to say they've been known to being able to do this to teams, especially last season. Oh, look at this. Atomic almost sneaks one through. That would have been a pretty simple equalizer, but is it too late for G1? They're starting to get a bit of a better run of play, but Team Liquid still getting out of defense pretty easily.
Mark by 8 gets his canister, has a hard pass over to Atomic, drop down back to Mark, puts it up high. Dorito's got 8 boost and can't get to the ball in time, but the rebound, good, off the bar. He's got enough for the boost, but he missed his. Back over to Mark by 8 to 9, still up in front of the box. Goal! Dorito finally ties the game.
Well, eventually they made that one work. That's actually a decent fake there from Atomic. I'm pretty sure he expected his shot to be saved, so he just left it for a teammate behind him, and Team Liquid just couldn't get the ball clear. 2 completely boost-starved players. And yeah, well done by Atomic. Either he's going for a glancing blow in that one or a mind game. Either way, it worked out.
Now Liquid had a lot of the pressure. He just got a free ball, shot on the side. There's Mark by 8 again. It's a savior for him. The clear comes downfield over to Atomic. Atomic, wide shot right into Atto. Oski slowing the play down. Liquid trying to hold on for overtime. Maybe even something at the end. Oski sets it up over the shot off the bar and down. We go to OT.
Oh, it's Atto again. He's had a bit of a nightmare trying to get the ball underneath the crossbar this game, but continues to be an offensive threat. He's got 6 shots, just 1 goal, but a lot of those shots were intended to go in. You know, not every shot in Rocket League is intended to hit the target. They sometimes hit the bar on purpose. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. Atomic has scored the winner just 16 seconds into overtime. Oski trying to double this down the line, accidentally hits it backwards. The demo connected perfectly. G1 from behind to win.
A great job by G1 considering how much pressure they were facing. And Liquid hitting the bar a couple of times. Plenty of opportunities for them to go up by multiple goals in the game. I mean, they had G1 starved multiple times too. You'd see them they'd stop going for the corner pads or the corner canisters because they weren't available. So they were just on small pad duty for so much of that game. But the counterattacks and Mark by 8 on defense, really holding the line and keeping Liquid to 1. Impressive stuff to come back in the last 30 seconds to tie it up and eventually win.
Yeah, I honestly. None of the other matches are, I think, completed yet. So this is usually where I get updates because I can't really do that. But I did want to keep an eye on some of the matches you guys were mentioning before. And Oxygen, they're up 4-2 in their first game of Sonics. So, Jarby, you can remain calm for now. Oxygen is doing what they're supposed to do over there. And Vitality is 2-0 right on theirs now, Johnny. So they're fine. One thing I wanted to point out is Heat was a team that I was watching out for last time they came around. They were up 1-0, and then all of a sudden Quadrant, I looked back 30 seconds later, and Quadrant won 3-1. So they need 2 wins, and I guess they really want them today.
Well, no surprise for Quadrant, I think, who have really come on strong in the fall split. But how about Oski coming on strong on Aquadome? That's a nice little goal.
Yeah, they've managed to pull the strat off well off the kickoff there. Oski in position in the back corner, and Chronic intelligently deflects the ball in his direction for the solo play to get set up before G1 can collect boost and start defending with multiple members. Lovely stuff out of Team Liquid, but still it's not to be too easy to read. They've switched it up this time, winning the kickoff instead of going for back corner every single time. Young Guns coming in with the strats for game 2.
G1, another early goal for Liquid. It's marked by 8 on goal line duty again. Now the boost gets stolen away from him. He needs some help on the rotation. He gets it, and Liquid continue to push forward. But the ball keeps getting flushed into the corner. And right there, Liquid still working their way in. Oski going for some control. Good dribble, good reset, but couldn't get any power. It's still enough to keep Liquid on offense. They get reset. Oski not wanting to leave the rotation. He's like, I'm picking up 2 dimes, going in for a 50. Now he's got the midfield boost. But G1, they were starting to slowly gain ground again. Maybe they do get through here, but no, Atto given a free clear downfield.
Yeah, G1 just patiently waiting for opportunities to come to them. I think they've probably come into the matchup today expecting Liquid to mess up a couple times here and there, give them chances unnecessarily. They're not forcing the issue, and after winning game 1, they might not feel like they have to, but don't forget, that first game was led by Liquid. It's a great save from Chronic, keeping the ball in the corner as he initially knocked it off the goal line.
Ooh. Oh, that the 50 ends up, well, it probably works out for Liquid there. Chronic had no boost, still sitting on the midfield line. Liquid still getting to these touches. Atomic biting early, marked by 8, only 13. As soon as he left that one, now Oski goes underneath the non-touch and he gets the goal. Oski weaves around Dorito and gets Liquid up by 2.
A flip reset goal early on for Oski. Now just a mind game. He, might have needed a reset on some plays there, but since the defender missed, he didn't need to do anything other than floor pinch it in. Really well done there by Oski. Threatening multiple things. He's switching it up with his aerial game. And the strategy might not have switched up yet for G1, but it might have to. Game 1, they survived the potential 0-second goal from Liquid to then go on and win it in OT. Now they're down 2-0 in game 2. So overall, this series has been Liquid favored, despite the fact that G1 are winning. Oski's got a hat trick. And he's gone for something different once again. It's an air bump this time.
He's got a whole bag of tricks, Johnny. Gets that one out and just goes for the bump. He's got no boost left. Just take the defender out. So 3 different tricks for Oski and 3 different goals. You love to see the creativity.
Once you're G1, of course, they're going to absolutely despise this. But it's one of the issues you have when you go up against Team Liquid. They've scored a fourth, again, pretty quickly off a kickoff. G1, for the second time this game, just unable to get that second man back quickly enough to help out the third, although Mark will really be quite disappointed with his touch there. He could have done a lot better than he did, just smacking it into the ceiling and kind of giving away possession right in front of the net. Yeah.
Now Dorito trying to get him back in it. But Liquid, where talking about some of their inaccuracy in the last game, Oski's just all over the pitch in Aquadome, and he's making sure that that ball hits the back of the net. At G1, they need more of that pressure. It's coming back to bite them, their inability to hold the midfield. As Liquid just march down the field, they might even get a 5th with how they're looking right now. Pass in front, but it's a deep pass. Dorito able to dive.
Yeah, this has really gotten away from G1. Liquid is still piling on the pressure. They have come out with that kind of 2-man offensive play. It's almost like they've got 2 first men at times. Oski and Atto both trying to be that front man, just launching themselves into the play. But with the Chronic behind them, they both feel pretty confident doing that. Chronic's no slouch mechanically. He's very good at delaying the play. Think back to earlier this game where he was in a bit of a 1v2, just saved the first shot and got a nice touch into the corner. It's going to be 5-0. Oski's got a 4th goal. He's just stat padding at this point. Can't be stopped. G1 just can't handle him. Very nice little pop pass in field there from Atto as well.
Yeah, Atto actually getting the playmaker on top of Oski's 4 goals. Really are clicking really well. Just highlights both players, both of them wanting to be that guy to pop it up and make the play, and sometimes lead to that sort of synergy on offense. And a lot of times we've seen it happen for Liquid. I think that's obviously why a lot of people have been disappointed in Liquid's run in the fall split so far. Definitely expected a lot from them. Maybe this type of play that we're seeing on Aquadome, I think, is a lot of what people expected. Granted, I don't think the G1 defense has looked stellar. I think they've given away some opportunities that they didn't need to, but the majority of the credit obviously goes to Liquid. Chronic gonna bat the ball, and Liquid continue to waste time.
It's pretty much about the score lines that these 2 teams have put up against the expected top teams in the region. That's why everyone's kind of doubting Liquid in this matchup, or the slight majority, I would feel, are doubting Liquid in this matchup today. Look back to the first regional event of this split. Liquid getting swept twice in Swiss by Carmine, Corp and Oxygen, and then you look at G1 taking BDS to 5 games, beating Quadrant in that same Swiss stage. So, look, they might be on even points, but overall, game for game, G1 have been the better team this split. So to see Liquid just really show up today and really start to produce the goods, and I will say again, they've been the better team both of these games. This is outrageous from Iconic and Atto. Atto's on the ceiling.
What are you doing there?
And what? He gets bull-shotted in this. I mean, if that wasn't a 6th goal, I mean, that would have just been goal of the season right there. Obviously, they can just do what they want with this kind of lead, but that's still an insane goal to pull off at RLCS.
That's what really upsets me, Johnny, is that it was the 6th goal, because I feel like no one is going to remember this after today. That was one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in the last 2 seasons. And yeah, Liquid, can you try that when it's like 1-2 and you're trying to score 0 seconds? That'd be cool. That'd be great. Liquid tie up the series.
Of course, like the scoreline does matter. The time of the game does matter. I feel like since it's already 5-0, that's not going to be goal of the season. But if that was a tie game or if that was a 1-goal game, that's goal of the season right there. That's it. Just over immediately. No one's beaten that. But yeah.
Just get a look in the future in Rocket League in 10 years where, you pre-jump 10 seconds before the play and you go for the pull shot, pass shot. You're always going for it. Leaf, what do you think? Oh, Leaf, I can't ask you. I can't ask you anything anymore. I can't trust that you're going to unmute yourself.
No.
At the end of the game, man.
I just don't have any thoughts. I'm a brainless host. I have thoughts on other matches because there's so much Rocket League to watch right now. One thing was Corp dropping their first game to Williams Resolve. Now, we did see them drop a game to Heat in the Cup and then turn around and get very angry. And sure enough, in game 2, Carmine Corp won 5-1. So in traditional style, drop a game and then stomp your opponents. And then I do want to say Heat is doing their best to stop Quadrant from getting their wins because they just took game 2 off of Quadrant. Oxygen about to get their second win as well. So looking normal. And Vitality Aogiri one is now tied up 1-1.
Well, most of the matches in round 1 seem to be going the expected route. We'll see how those results pan out. It is only round 1 Swiss, after all. And G1 happy to start game 3 off on a much better foot, not shut out this time and getting the first lead.
Yeah, G1 pretty fortunate to be tied in the series at the moment, surviving a just completely uncontested 0-second opportunity from Liquid in game 1, getting annihilated in game 2. They were on the receiving end of 17 shots last game, producing only 3 of their own. But when you look at the score sheet, if anyone's just tuning in, you'd think G1 are slightly the better team today with the goal lead in game 3, 1-1 series score. It's pretty much all about Liquid's confidence for me, because if they can produce what they just did in the last game, then they're going to be a tough team for anyone to beat. But consistently doing that has been an issue for this team this split. Oski's throwing goal again, though. He's going to keep adding to his tally. G1 just kind of handle it.
Oski coming straight down. Dorito loses everyone just loses the 50. 50 lost. Now you got to make up for lost position. 50 lost, and then there's no one left to cover the back end. Oski doing hard work. This time, Chronic getting the assist on it. Liquid don't waste time tying it up. Chronic getting bumped out of the way. Might have caught Oski looking if he can get to the 50. He does force him to give up the ball in the corner. And now G1 hunting. Marked by 8. Trying to set it up. But everyone in the G1 rotation was still getting back into position. And now Otto drops it on the flip reset. Tried with a wave landing and a cheeky idea there from Otto, but it's cleared out by G1.
Oh, it's well covered there. Chronic coming in with a miss there on the back wall, but Atto is ready to cover him. He's ready to move in and play the ball clear. That's one of the reasons why it's always good to rotate back towards the plate. That's now nasty shot coming in from G1. Dorito denied on the follow-up. Marked by 8's completely missed this aerial. Get the hit that he wanted, but at least he deflected it into the back corner. That's more than hitting it into the goal, but that's what Oski's going to do. 2-1. Oski is on a scoring spree, and everybody's involved in this one. Atto with the center, Chronic with the ceiling pass. Oski coming into the back post for the finish.
Mark kind of turns to the left as he's coming back to net there. I think maybe he was, maybe it was like a call off from his teammate but it looked like he had the best route to the ball. He had about 23 boost, but then he turns to the left, which kills the forward momentum that he had. How do you just boosted towards that? I think he was just unsure about how that play was going to develop. That ball dropped so fast. So it's a great hard touch from Liquid. They take advantage of it. And a close chance for G1 to make the save. Marked by 8. Couldn't get the touch off the post. And Oski comes flying out to take away possession from G1.
Well, that's another free goal missed from Team Liquid. They, squandered plenty of opportunities in game 1 this series before, of course, taking the vast majority of their opportunities that they had in game number 2. But now they're back to being a bit careless with their finishing. Speaking a bit about G1 for a moment, they've got to try and right the ship here. Look, the first 6 series they played in Swiss, that should be saved. It's not an issue for Oski. They won 5 out of the first 6 series in Swiss this split, and since then they can't win anything. But Atomic ties the game off a nice 50-50, and these kind of plays go underrated by Dorito. How do you create something at this position? Just all about deflecting the ball towards the teammate. Dorito does that.
Amazing that he drops the ball ahead of him and then just going for the redirect 50, if you will. Rolls himself into the ball. Love that approach on the 50 from Dorito. The demo as well opened the space for him to pull that off. Now Atomic trying to start G1 and get the lead back that they had for all of 30 seconds at the start of game number 3. G1 will happily take that ball away as Liquid. Everyone trying to read Dorito on that touch. They get possession. Chronic moving around Atomic. But hard to get around that corner right now. G1 stabilizing, and Atomic's got the ball. He's got a one-on-one, but not enough velocity behind him to get to the ball in time.
Yeah, kind of limited for options there, Atomic, with the boost that he had. And the defender, I think, realized that he wasn't going to get there and just went for the ball. Just made sure to get some kind of touch on it. Still tied in game score, still tied in game 3. And Liquid, for me, have been the better team today, but I've seen them fall apart so many times in Swiss. I've seen them fall apart so many times when the pressure gets on this season that it's hard to back them against just that very consistent G1 team. And I'm not saying consistently brilliant, I just mean that they're consistently there. They're just, if you drop off in level, they're going to be a team that roll right through you. They're just at that level, kind of like the gatekeeper right now. Liquid have to step up and beat. Oh, look at the placement. But what about that save from Dorito? Oh my goodness. Just when he thought Team Liquid had surprised them and snuck in the 3-2 goal, Dorito just stops the ball on the goal line.
He hit the freeze button. Oh man, that was a nice save from Dorito. He makes another one here. To what you were saying though, Johnny, about that consistency in the RLCS, more times than not, it is about your floor, not about your ceiling, right?
Yeah.
So for Liquid, we know, well, maybe we don't exactly know where their ceiling is, but we've watched them play at an extremely high level. G1 pump that ball downfield again. They have stabilized on the defensive end. Liquid, they haven't had the same kinds of opportunities. In fact, it's been Atomic more times than not with the threatening ball in front of the net. Either way, at the end of regulation, Otto tries to find the pass, but marked by 8 took out Oski on the play. A Chronic trying to hurry up and get the touch. Liquid completely stopped that G1 attack. This one may go to OT. It will.
So still tie game. Liquid, for the second close game in this series, have had the better late game chances. A 0-second opportunity in game 1. Now it was a forced ridiculous save out of Dorito in game 3. Somehow that one's actually caused problems for the G1 defense as well, despite the fact that there being 3 goalkeepers seemingly in position to save it. That's authority from a Chronic there to shut down another G1 advance, and this one doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
Mark will expend the tank. Dorito's got nothing. Atomic, midfield canister spawned for him, and he's just bought a 50 for Dorito. Tried the bouncer, but Liquid have the read on G1 right now as they get the ball across. Set up in midfield. Have a Chronic waiting for Oski's touch. He just might find him, and a Chronic going a little early. Otto forced back, has to defend Atomic again, but Atomic, a lot of those carries, it has been a threat. It hasn't been the most threatening from him. Now Otto trying to set it up. Got a 50. All of G1 might get caught out here by Oski. But Dorito's there for the save. Still Liquid pressed, and they push it to the opposite corner. Ato's jumped from his third, and he got a clean touch out of it, marked by 8. A decent clear, but Liquid still got control.
Well, Chronic actually playing for the air dribble there, despite the fact that he had a teammate up in front of him with a lot of boost to play with. I mean, that wasn't an issue in that position. You know, I want to see more passing from Team Liquid. They're such a solo threat, but now suddenly a double commit out of nowhere. And they might be conceding. Indeed they are. Well, Liquid have just completely thrown this game. I don't know why on earth Aogiri decided to play that one. No trust in his third man at all. Communication breakdown from Team Liquid, who are looking less like a team the longer this series goes on. How on earth are they trailing here? That was just such an unnecessary misplay from them. Really just like playing themselves. Liquid,
yeah, I don't know what Aogiri was maybe thinking there. Maybe he thinks he can play it down for a Chronic if he's still gonna be there. But either way, he had no boosts. There was not much he could do intentionally with that ball. And so G1, they get away with another one, Johnny. It kind of happened in game 1, where Liquid commanded most of the game, Leaf, and they give it up at the end. And now G1 are all of a sudden in position to win the first round split.
They are on match point now. A couple other matches on match point too. I will say first off, Oxygen has completed their sweep over Sonics, so they're off to a brilliant start. Corp on their match point. We have Quadrant on their match point. And I will say Solary is actually on match point over Moist right now.
What?
In addition, Paydop has gotten his 500th career regular season assist. He's the first in the European region to hit it.
What is this?
Oh,
right off the kickoff. Mark by 8. You know what, Johnny? You're here, so you can tell me how you feel about this.
Yeah, it's just over, isn't it? I mean, Liquid have actually, they've had a chance to intercept this or to do something about it, because, you know, Aogiri, he did turn back to goal pretty quickly, but he just didn't go for the ball. He just turned around. And, you know, I wouldn't really put that down to being a kickoff mistake as such, because they did actually have a player goal side on that dribble. But he just didn't go for it. He just allowed himself to get dunked on.
Just like that, G1 on top of it. Well, how about that 50 from Otto? Oski's in the air. It's denied. A Chronic wanted to go for it. He did. And Otto's got that full tank in the corner. He's overmarked by 8. More Liquid pressure. Can they find anything? That earlier opportunity where Otto won that 50, that was about the only chance that they had. Now Atomic's throwing it down on the fake. G1 looking to get set up again as Liquid going back to the drawing board and figuring out how to get by G1 on offense.
Yeah, just a good example for, you know, anyone who's not been following Liquid season so far. I think this series just really shows you all you need to know about them. They've just been so disappointing for a team with such incredible potential ability. I mean, that's been so visible to see in this game. Every game they've had a good chance of winning. They completely blew G1 away in Aquadome, but they just keep unnecessarily double committing. And, you know, not every double commit in Rocket League is a mistake these days. It's fine to double commit if you've got a quick recovery and defense to follow it up, but some of them are just so unnecessary, where they're both playing the same ball in offense. They're not talking when the ball's coming towards them, and the third man's just got a free hit. If they can't fix these problems, they're not going to make it out of Swiss today. G1 are one of those teams that they're directly competing with, and G1 have just had the better of them by simply making less mistakes.
Just comes down to that consistency, like you said. The floor of G1 seems to be a little higher than Liquid's. As Atomic gonna get control, but maybe wanted to force a poor touch. He didn't get one out of Liquid there. Marked by 8. Leaves a free ball for Dorito. And Atomic is going to be given the ball on a whiff. He's going to get the reset over Oski, but not over enough as he's able to get around, grab the reach. Liquid playing it to the corner, marked by 8, trying to drill it, but he doesn't have a lot of boost to do it. Dorito, just another pot shot, and Atomic gets deleted. That should be a Liquid breakout.
You know, G1 mechanically, they haven't looked like they're peaking today either. I think that they're quite fortunate that Liquid have just shown up and been their inconsistent selves today, because this G1 roster, they're not putting together the big mechanical plays. Atomic's actually struggled today with his resets a lot more than he usually would. It's generally automatic for this guy, but it's getting a bit too far underneath the ball when he's attempting resets in the Fennec at the moment. feel like G1 might just want to go but more towards just a good old-fashioned Spanish boom-bam play style. None of this slow play, just boom the ball around, just wait for Liquid to make more mistakes. As is, they don't actually need any more mistakes. They're already in the lead on match point.
Chronic. Back to Atto. Liquid gets something developing here. Is a Chronic coming back. Actually going to be playing beyond the midfield line. He's not going to get the touch. Atto's rotated back. Not a ton of boost for him. Picked up 2 pads before he left for that ball. Chronic left the ball. He'll take it back over to Oski. Everything's contested here for Liquid. Now quick pass over to Oski. Goal! He threads the needle. A beautiful shot.
That is more like it from Team Liquid. Atto spots his teammate down the line and passes it off towards him. And it's wonderful to see him go for a passing play when he didn't have to. He could have made a solo play there. He could have just shot from distance. But this is, I think, what Liquid really have to be focusing on. Team play, whether it's making your teammates' life easier in defense or just utilizing them in offense. That's what Liquid have to be doing, and they've done it again. 2-1. What a swing. Liquid, off the back of an Atto to Oski assist, and now an Oski to Atto assist, have taken the game.
It was great control as well from Oski. You had Atomic bearing down on you. And it's all about control on that first touch. You beat him on the 50. You had him beat in the position game. Used his dodge at the perfect time. Now G1 forced to respond in a game where they haven't had exactly a ton of offense. 5 shots on net. Compare that to the 8 from Liquid, and those 3 shots feel like a big difference right now for G1. Chronic gonna get another full field clear. He wanted to bump Dorito off the play. He's not gonna get it though. Instead, it's a transition for Atomic. Quick around the ball. Oski's got it defended.
Yeah, that's a nice touch from Oski there. Making sure to loop the ball high over any potential attacker that could be coming in. G1 trying to apply the squeeze here, trying to force that mistake. They were waiting for it earlier on. Now they're really trying to get it. And that's going to do. Marked by 8 with the tight angle shot that just sneaks past the Chronic. He, I think, could have saved this one though. Oh, definitely. That's a misplay by a Chronic. He should be saving this. Oh, well done by Mark. He forced the mistake.
Couldn't get behind the ball and just got too much full force on the side of it. No chance for a Chronic, and G1 be able to force a Champions Field showdown here. Atomic keeping the ball close, at least gets the 50. Now G1, more defense to be played at the end of regulation. Liquid, they blew a 0-second chance in game 1. Are they even going to get one here in game 4? Launched hard by G1. They might have had one. The demo opens up the door. One touch off the bar and it falls down. They blew another one.
Oh, well, I mean, Atto's had some issues with his crossbar shots today, but that was a pretty tricky one still. Something he should be scoring. And they redeemed themselves immediately into overtime. Atto's jumped slightly awkward for that. Couldn't beat his man to the ball. And here comes the Chronic. Is he going to be reeling from that defensive miss that's left his team in overtime? Oh, they might be after this. No, Atto's there. So Team Liquid saving an open net from distance there. It would have been very Team Liquid to just let that fly in. So forgive me for expecting something there.
We've already seen it once in this match, so I don't blame you for sure. G1 in midfield now. Dorito coming in quickly. He's got the shot on the backside. Dorito steals it, and he catches Liquid off guard. We are going to Champions Field.
Oh, that'll be game, Jarby. That's 3-1.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. G1 win. Yeah, you're right. That's how bad Liquid threw it. I'm sorry.
That's game over, mate. I'm sorry. I know you're excited for game 5, but Liquid just going to get us to game 5. A nice placement there from Dorito at the end. He really caught the goalkeeper off guard, I think, by even shooting it all in that position. But certainly by shooting to the bottom corner. But man, Team Liquid, what a poor series from them. They've only got themselves to blame for this one.
Well,
hey, Jarby,
take it away, leave. Just take it from me.
I don't blame you for wanting it though, because the rest of the round has just been. There's one game 5 happening. It's just been 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1 across the board.
Wait, so Solary beat Moist?
So we have, I was gonna save that one for last, but yes, Solary beat Moist 3-1.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hold on.
I might expect a Rise tweet after today about Swiss maybe at some point, but
there's no way. There's no way he's gonna draw attention to the fact that they've lost his Solary. That's just not. Rise is not doing that. He's probably gonna wait until they get through, surely, before doing that. But Moist are not completely safe yet. They do, if they want to keep this in their own control, they've got to make it out of Swiss today.
For the match we're watching right now, though, this is again the only game 5 that we're going to right now. Williams Resolve keeping K Corp on the ropes.
I was wondering about Williams Resolve. You remember back at the whole way in the top 16 qualifier. And, oh, Noah, look at you go. That's a nice goal.
Look at this pass as well. That's a really good pass from Flame. Pre-flip, infield. Noah Saki there for him. Noah Saki, one of the upcomers in the UK Rocket League scene right now. They've had a tough go with the strength of schedule they've been given this season so far. But they're back fighting in the Fall Invitational. And if they can take down Carmine Corp, they can take down anyone.
It's crazy to me that Flame, they've been playing for so long, been fighting and competing for so long, and here he is about to maybe upset one of the better teams in Europe. Flame always sticking around somehow. I love to see it. Love seeing the old heads play well.
We're going to get a 0-second goal from Vatira with a 50-50. So, I don't think that it's going to go their way. Unfortunately, that's some good defense. So, how have they scrambled that one away? Still on the goal line, and they're still scrambling well. Williams Resolve just trying to hang on at the moment. They've done a pretty good job there. Not many teams would have survived that onslaught.
Do you guys want to listen in for this last minute because it's pretty close?
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's hear the.
All right, then let's do it. Let's do it.
After that last goal, we talked about Vatira scoring timely goals. We've talked about Noah Saki scoring timely goals, truly significant goals that shift momentum. And he did exactly that with that equalizer. Huge stuff from the rookie. Because let's not forget, it is his first time this season in RLCS competition. He's been in close qualifiers before, but he's never made it to the main event. This only his second time. And stepping up big with that equalizer. But we are approaching, we're into the final 2 minutes, and the next goal going to be hugely significant. And right now, Carmine Corp, the ones looking like the favorites to do it. And I mean, they hit the post 73 times in 14 seconds just before. Goodness gracious me, Bass. It's been a ride, I'm telling you that much. Goodness.
Yeah, this has probably been the most stressful game. Actually, I can't even say that. We've had so many stressful game fives here. That's an absolute lie, and I know that 100%. Especially considering we do actually have a tied ball game at this point here. We are still doing not too bad. We've got ourselves a chance on offense, but again, midfield presence probably the biggest struggle we've had since cleaning up our defensive posture here, as over and over again, it seems like KC get a decent amount of offensive pressure and are just unrelenting, not letting us out. Big difference here, though. Usually, that means that we have a boost starvation. This time, we seem pretty prepared. Boost healthy on almost every player except for Breezy, who had to use a lot of it to try and make a diving save. Speaking of diving saves, Noah Saki needs to make one here and will do exactly that. And it's a perfect pass out to Flame, who has a flip reset over 1, not over 2. Exotic gets in the way. But Williams Resolve showing they still have the resolve left in them. They are not giving up, even if the pressure out at midfield is unrelentless. But we've only got 30 seconds to try and find ourselves a goal and win a game number 5, an upset game number 5, I will say, against KC. Chance out at midfield here. Vatira, though, takes it away very quickly. Breezy not able to get a clean 50-50, and Noah Saki can only hope for a passing play down center. But the defense not home. Itachi finds a freebie, and I gotta watch this one back. I don't know what happened.
I think everyone's just expecting the second touch on the sidewall. Everyone's expecting that second touch. It doesn't come in, and that open net is just there for the taking. Devastating at this point, but they've just got to throw it off. They've just got to get hold of this ball. 5 seconds remaining. It will need to be a 0-second affair. The ball went up, not down. 2 players there to touch it. Flame looking to get back for boost. He won't be able to. He's got to go to the ball. Can't make the touch, and it will.
And K Corp do come through Victoria. I was rooting for Resolve there. You like to see upsets when you get the opportunity for them. But I mean, looking at that, do we feel like, okay, maybe is this Europe doing Europe again, Johnny, or was Williams Resolve really looking solid there? Is K Corp not where they should be?
Well, K-Corp have been far from bulletproof in Swiss. It's only really when they get into the playoffs that they look indestructible. So not entirely surprising to see them struggling as well. Williams Resolve, they've been very close to beating pretty much everyone they've played, but they have had a losing record. So again, unfortunate for them. It's that Solary versus Moist match. That's the one big surprise here. We've seen 3, speeding upsets from the 6 teams that are all very close together in the standings. But Solary over Moist, no one saw that coming.
Yeah, that's why I didn't mention the others. Everything else was pretty much as expected. Round 1, Solary being that focus, that upset point, but we do have more rounds to get to. We got to figure out what round 2 is going to look like. So we got to go to a break real quick, but we will be back on the other side of that break with more Rocket League here for the European Fall Invitational. Let's go.
We tried to change the playstyle for the second regional because we thought that in the first we had many mistakes, but we are trying to get back to the first regional playstyle, which gave us way better results and way better understanding the gameplay of the rivals.
Board, Doritos in the air, shot right through the defender. Only couldn't find the touch. Dorito ties it up.
For this last regional, we have no pressure at all because we know that we have nothing to lose. We're motivated to win every single series. We're not gonna rush ourselves thinking, oh, we're gonna make top 8 and then top. No. We need to focus in every single series and then just move on from there.
Challenges, and there's a goal. What? Marked by 8. Weaving his way through the defense and picks up Gamer's first second goal.
I didn't expect it to be this hard to get the 5th spot in the major. I'm gonna be honest, if BDS goes to their winning ways, it's gonna be very, very hard, but we're gonna try to get the 5th spot.
It's gonna jump these things flat, but atomic dunks! And G1 finally on the board.
We are trying to grind the most every single day, ensure that the mentality in the team is the best, and give it all in the field. Like, we have nothing else to do in this regional.
There it is! For Atomic! And Gamer's first catch oxygen flat wheel! They tie up the series!
Something that don't feel right. You know life is better when we just talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day one of the last regional here in the European region for the fall split. That's right, it's the Invitational. I'm Leaf X, Jorby, and Johnny joining me here again for the next matchup. We just finished round one, most things to expectation, except Solary, of course, taking their win over Moist. That was an interesting one. But we do continue into round two. Still, Johnny, no eliminations or qualifications yet in this round.
Yeah, the extremely disappointed team at this moment will be Heat, who have got Moist in the lower round two. They're probably wondering how on earth did that happen? How have we got Moist down here already? Aogiri versus Team Liquid, another very, very tense lower round two matchup. That contains two teams who are both still very much in the running for the majors. So Team Liquid's day could be about to go from bad to worse, or are Aogiri, like I mentioned earlier, about to set up that 2 loss in a row, then reverse sweeping Swiss with 3 straight wins?
Watch out for that Evil Geniuses BDS match as well. Evil Geniuses taken down Tundra in 4. And, you know, if not that BDS regularly sleep on teams, but Evil Geniuses can certainly pop off on the day and can beat BDS like anyone else.
BDS likes to go to game 5 a lot too. So
they do that.
It's definitely possible. Here's the matchups. A reminder that we do have a bunch of team streams going on. So go find your favorite team, go to their stream, watch them, support them in chat. We'll have one matchup here specifically. A reminder again, Quadrant needs one more win to qualify, to clinch, for Rotterdam. And they have Solary, who apparently is on point today, taking down Moist. A quick question though, to both of you guys, do you think Quadrant gets their winner? Do you think Solar is on something hot today?
Oh, I got to back Quadrant, I reckon. I've got to go Quadrant on that one. Okay. I love the fact that Solar are playing well though. This is the team that everybody loves to see do well. I think Fairy Peak tweeted out before this event that they've got a boot camp buff for this event, so maybe they're onto something. Maybe they're really going to be peaking a lot higher than we expect.
Yeah, okay, well, over here at this stream on the main broadcast, we got Carmine Corp versus Oxygen Esports, as K Corp again a little shaky, maybe playing against Williams Resolve there. Oxygen though, again, a team, Jorby, you talked about during our little mini pre-show there, a team that we want and expect to perform, but since that first regional, we don't know if we've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question with Oxygen is, can you put together these types of performances consistently and not winning the regional every time, but a team of Oxygen's caliber should be top 4 quality most of the time, surely not top 8, right? And I mean, this matchup is interesting because you got 2 of the most powerful offenses in Europe. You have Jorias, who leads the league in goals per game, and right behind him at number 2 is Vatira. Then in assists, Archie leads the league in assists per game, and 2 spots below him is Itachi. So this is a lot of offense on the field. These guys link up a lot. It's not solo efforts. It's not these guys aren't one-trick ponies. Both of these teams are the real deal.
Well, chat, which offense is going to reign supreme? It's time for the fan vote. Hashtag OSG, hashtag KC in the chat right now. Analysts, we got to throw ours on the board. Now, I feel like this generally be a KC across the board, but there's a little Oxygen down at the end there, Johnny.
Oh yeah, back in Oxygen in this one. I mean, they've 3-0'd the first round. Carmine Corp struggled with a 3-2 versus Williams Resolve, but on top of that, Oxygen's hours are up again, so they've been putting in the hours. I think they didn't like the loss that they suffered last time. They've been playing a little bit more Rocket League in prep for this event.
Oh wait, Leaf, I didn't know that. Can I change my pick? Production.
No,
wait, quick. No, I'm kidding. Casey. Oh no, Williams Resolve. Oh yeah. No, okay, I'll pick an Oxygen now. Perfect. All right, I love it.
I think it'd be silly if I don't do that too. Then I'm gonna curse them just so you're.
Is that all it takes? I just tell you the Oxygen's got their
yeah. You know what? Oxygen. Put it in. Across the board. I honestly don't think it's an unreasonable thing. Chat, are you on board? Did Johnny convince you? It wasn't a very momentous statement, but no, there's still Casey. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense either way. I think it's going to be a good match, Derby.
Yeah, it will be a great match. I do think Carmine Corp will play up to their level of competition here, regardless of the result in their last match. It should be a banger regardless, but the Oxygen of the Fall Open may well be here, Johnny, as we get underway in Game 1.
Yeah, I just want to mention, of course, if we have cursed them, I want no part in it. I want no responsibility. I was first to predict them.
I mean,
so
you mentioned the hours, so I blame
I'm off
you.
the hook. I want to be exempt. But you know, realistically, I think Carmine Corp will step up for this game as well. They struggled against Williams Resolve, but I think when you put Carmine Corp in against a tougher team, a team that they expect to have a harder time with, they've tended to up their level and perform to the occasion. That's already a nice pass infield from Exotic. Vatira denied by Archie in defense. For me, the thing I'm looking out for from Oxygen is, or rather from Carmine Corp, is will they be, you know, really going for another regional win here, or are they just going to try and have some fun with this one? They've already qualified for the major, of course, but you know, so had Gen G before they went and won Regional 3 in America, so we might just see Carmine Corp on an even higher level here with the pressure off.
Maybe something to say about the qualification buff, but we'll see if that happens here for K-Corp. Right now, it's been Oxygen holding them in the blue half. Archie, good pull off. He didn't have any boost, but baited the 50 in. It does force Oxygen back regardless. K-Corp looking for a way in. Everyone rotating in pretty closely. Vatira coming in as third man and actually pumps the ball off of the defender. Doesn't seem to matter much. Real battle in midfield right now. Only just trying to keep the ball close.
It's just a pretty calm start to a matchup that could, at any minute, explode into action. Archie waiting to see what Carmine Corp are going to do with his defensive air dribble. Not too much. Carmine Corp sitting back and letting Oxygen come at them. I think they're probably just starting off the series with the mindset of, all right, let's just see what kind of Oxygen we've got today. Are they just going to overcommit? Are they going to give us free counterattacks? If not, I'm sure we'll see Carmine Corp start to press up and fight more for the midfield. But right now they are, you know, faking a lot of challenges. They're backing off. They're trying to react to what Oxygen are doing.
Holy. Got that corner boost steal, try to get it set up, and Jorius protects the read on the aerial. Now takes a low shot and pops it up. Nobody from Oxygen can go. Oli only working on small pads right now, trying to get in on the 50. He actually got it. Forced K-Corp to go wide, and the pinch works out for Oxygen. They continue to hold K-Corp in their half, but the shots aren't exactly coming readily. That one kicked away. Oli really wanted to launch himself at it, but no one could connect. Not quite making the connection. Joria is going to keep it on top, and he gets the dunk too. So Oxygen winning those battles, those little 1v1 battles in the 50-50s.
Yeah, that Oli early jump just moments ago was actually a pre-jump. He was way off to the side and pre-jumped, probably yelling for the pass to come towards him, but it didn't. It just went off to the backboard instead. So loving the confidence from Oli there, but communication clearly needs to come in a little bit sooner. Now Oli with the reset, he's not got it past the last man, but the ball sticks in the Carmine Corp end regardless. And this is a position you got to be very careful against Carmine Corp. A lot of players lunging into the back corner there against a bunch of Fenix who are hiding behind the ball. If there's a Fenix behind the ball, Jorby, you don't want to just throw yourself in. You know you're just going to bounce off the ball, and then the Fenix player is going to easily win the 50-50. So something Oxygen have got to be careful about.
Fenix just built different, and Itachi tried to drill it, but Oxygen had a little help from their crossbar. Great defense there by Archie. He's got a savior. As we approach, wow, already 4 minutes gone in this game. It feels like a whole lot of nothing, but really it's been battle to try to keep possession of the ball. A lot of close touches to force the 50, but they haven't won enough successive 50s. Here's Vatira on the reset. He's got no boost. There's not much he could do, and he was already challenged. Oxygen denied. Itachi's forced Archie to play ball, and Exotic gets up for the read. K-Corp. Excellent on the defensive end so far, but they just gave it up. Archie, with 48 seconds left, finally opened the score.
Well, that's a massive read from Archie, just trusting that even a defender of Vatira's caliber can miss plays like that one. There's no reason not to go as second man. He's got someone in behind him if things do go wrong, if Vatira can get a miraculous read in defense. All this sitting back from Carmine Corp at the moment not paying off. It's Oxygen breaking through, and then Carmine Corp breaking out.
Quick pass and shot! Itachi finds the bar! There are literal pixels between Archie's Fennec and the top of the bar here, and somehow it slips through.
That's a perfect pass from Exotic. And a perfect shot from Itachi as well, past 2 defenders. Jarius tried to control the ball in defense, but it got away from him, and that's all that needs to happen for Carmine Corp to pounce. If Jarius had just kept that ball close to him, the game would probably still be in Oxygen's favor, but now it's Carmine Corp again. Itachi shoots in a second one, and after a very quiet start to the game, the slumbering Carmine Corp have awoken.
Oh, Jarius got Goomba stomped. Oh, coming down. I thought Archie, he got bumped out of the play. I'm not even sure he would have been able to make a play on it, but it was Jarius's to grab. And a Carmine Corp Fennec fell right on top of him. I think that's just proof, Johnny. Fennec better than Octane, right?
Well, it's definitely a lot. It's like a heavy car buff almost. I mean, heavy car bug was a myth in the Rocket League community for a long time, but I feel like the Fennec just looks stronger. It just feels stronger in any kind of 50-50, in any kind of bumping play. It's just a car that rolls with the punches so well these days. So much so that we've even got players like Daniel in NA kind of limiting his own air roll usage and just playing the Fennec and dominating people. So yeah, this is what Carmine Corp do. They just plow right through you. Really, I mean, this game has to be credited to the thunderous striking of Itachi and the wonderful infield pass that set it all up from Exotic. They were 1 goal down with, I think, less than a minute to go. Yeah, less than a minute to go on the replay when Oxygen scored. And Exotic just perfectly fired that pass in for Itachi to score.
Something about that hatchback just gives you a bit more weight behind your punch leaf. So what else is going on?
Yeah, well, I know Johnny's all hot on this new meta right now. Unbind air roll and use the Fennec.
It's true. Just get with the program. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody's gonna go pro. It's time for all of us. Pro play's never gonna have more achievable. But don't get mistaken. I mean, there's a lot going on here that we have to highlight as well.
Yeah, just before we get into the match, I will let you know that Quadrant got their win over Solary. A lot of other matches are relatively close right now. So Quadrant's still on track for clinching Rotterdam.
K-Corp spent a lot of that first game on defense. Felt like they managed the ball pretty well. Oxygen, and they don't get caught out again with a couple of K-Corp strikes at the end of the game as Vatira flips into the reset. Drop down! That's a beautiful Vatira goal! Oh, you might as well trademark it.
Yeah, Vatira, really somebody's got to challenge him here. Archie fakes the challenge in defense and then didn't go for the ball quickly enough to give it to his defender behind him any time to react. Phenomenal job by Vatira. 1v2 play by him, but yeah, you've got to go. You've just got to go. If you're in defense there, if you're in the back corner, you've got to send it. Archie decides to play a bit passively on that one, and I'm sure he regrets it now.
Oxygen. This is kind of where your metal gets tested. K-Corp are going to bring you high level of play. Gotta find a way to respond, and they have been able to push K-Corp. They've been able to generate pressure. Gotta keep K-Corp out. The issue starts to become on defense and how you're performing there, more so than your output on offense, because there's never really a question for Oxygen. As here come K-Corp again, it's the transition, and it's left open. Maybe they get it, and it's off the post, just taken away. It was a free ball for KC, but there's still defenders they had to avoid.
Yeah, really great assist attempt there again from Exotic, who's really pioneering and pushing forward the bot Fennec meta here. One of the OGs to that playstyle, even before it became popular recently.
Wait, if he's Exotic, is Itachi like Ibachi? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I mean that one's open to discussion. I'm not,
okay.
I don't know. I'm not sure we got a name for it yet, but you guys can leave your suggestions on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS. Of course, Vatira is that's a given. We don't even think about that.
Vatira is guaranteed. KC, you're trying to bot farm here is Vatira.
Oh,
got it. That took all of his boost to get that touch, and it forces Archie to protect the ball. It does, but Itachi just comes in, says, "Sure, play the ball to the corner. I'm going to win the 50." Vatira playing with confidence when he leaves the air, going for the reset. Trying for the 50s. K-Corp are still winning the midfield. Itachi gets deleted, and that might be the chance for Oxygen to break out. The net's open. That should be in. Archie ties the game.
A huge play by Jarius here. demos Vatira. Vatira probably expecting Jorius to play the ball there. Tried to go around him. Jorius had an even better idea. Takes Vatira out of the game and then doesn't even have to contend him for the ball. He just has it for free. I don't think he even needed Archie's help with that one, but Archie's there just to make sure the ball was going to cross the line.
Corp back on defense. Everyone gets set up. Vatira in net with full boost. He's got to back Itachi up. And Exotic, he takes a look at the field before he jumps for that, but couldn't get decent enough contact. Ended up planting it right on Archie's bumper. Now wait. Actions from Itachi. He got the first touch out, but Oxygen still hunting for the double off the board. And Exotic gets to it in time, but he's out. And Vatira almost got caught lurking forward. He does get back in time. Oxygen rotating back. Jorius bought them a little bit of time. Archie gets 2 touches. A little awkward, but Itachi recovers. Can another save happen? No. Jorius gets the goal, and Oxygen have the lead.
Yeah, Oxygen looking lively on this one. The entire team's involved, but look at Jorius. Quick play from third man position, just lunging in there. And I think getting lively because he knows that if they lose this game, everybody's going to be calling for Jorius to switch to the Fennec. There's 5 on the field right now. He's the only player playing Octane. And you know, he's got a lot of history with that as well. He is a Fennec player. Great save from Archie. How's he stopped that one? Yeah, if you want to see a return to Fennec Jorius, then you're going to need to let him know. Boreas, as he's been called in the past. Norias, perhaps.
Boreas.
Is
Jorius on Twitter. I don't think there's an RL there.
Just let him know his alter ego has to make a return at some point, as now Carmine Corp hold the line to keep this game at a 1-goal deficit.
Great carry from Vatira, but Exotic was just playing too wide. He does get the bump on his way out. Archie recovers. This does give Itachi a long look at the ball, and he connects with Vatira, who didn't have any boost on that. It's going to be hard to win that 50. Exotic kills the ball. He doesn't have boost. Could have been a precarious position for K-Corp, but everyone grabs some canisters. No problem for them to send it right back. They almost catch them out! Actually, they did! Itachi reads the play and dunks Oxygen into their net.
Yeah, Vatira dropped down to Exotic, and Itachi there to deny Jorius to clear across the box. Jorius had no idea that was coming. If he did, he definitely underestimated just how quickly Itachi was going to get there. Just like that, Carmine Corp are back in the game, and it almost seems inevitable that they're going to be running away with it now. Despite all of their efforts, they continue to just be surprised by the late game pushes that Carmine Corp sent towards them.
Exotic. Get that one set up. Now K-Corp in retreat. Oxygen diving for it, but no touch. And K-Corp getting a big one over them. Itachi wants the pass out over to Exotic. Connects. Itachi back around the corner. Exotic's actually going to take it, but Vatira had rotated to the backside and now has to defend the turnaround. She does. It's enough for K-Corp to start withstanding the ball on their own third. Do they have something at the end here? Vatira, he's looked threatening, but Jory is a great catch. Pass out, denied by K-Corp. We will go to OT.
Can we get a safe kickoff from Oxygen? It looks like we will. They've, for the most part, been pretty consistent with these this season. Archie told me after the first regional that they had the best kickoffs in EU. But, you know, Carmine Corp haven't got a bad kickoff either. They're pretty solid at least fighting for that first touch in the center circle. Oh my goodness, pre-jump in defense there from Exotic. Kills connect. Archie's through, but Vatira blocks him. That was a wild pre-jump from Exotic there to try and intercept the forward pass. Definitely unnecessary. Left Vatira in a bit of a bind. Vatira, legendary defender, didn't have an issue. Oh, Exotic again has crept off the line. Vatira to the rescue for the second time.
This is a tough position right now for K-Corp. Vatira's got nothing. Itachi's got nothing. Exotic has 81. And the ball's over his head. Now here comes another one. Popped up Jorius. Wants Archie to go for it. Wanted someone on Oxygen to go for it, but it ended up being a free clear. There's nowhere Jorius could go for the ball. And now K-Corp get out of a very awkward defensive stint. Actually hang on to the ball here, though. That's been a problem as Oli comes straight down. Wants the dunk. He's not going to get it. Vatira too clutch on the back line, but only 4 boost. Exotic avoids the bump. He's got no boost. lot of no boost life on the blue half right now. Get a couple canisters and they break out again. Oh, the drop pass to Exotic. Tried to find Itachi. That would have been absolutely nasty. And Oli almost cashes Vatira out on the back end, but he keeps the ball in the corner, and K-Corp have rotated back and refueled.
Oh, Exotic just 50ing his way past everybody once again. Vatira's pre-jumped him, and they've managed to connect! An unbelievable pass! What on earth have we just witnessed?
Exotic turns his car. He said, Vatira hit me. This is going in, baby. Oh, right on his nose.
What?
Oh.
What?
That was disgusting.
I think earlier on today we saw an unbelievable pre-jump goal from Team Liquid. It was 5-0 at the time, and we said, listen, if that's a tie game, it's goal of the season. Did we speak too soon? Carmine Corp has just done it in OT against Oxygen, the Regional 1 champions of Europe. And that was fully intentional. There was absolutely no luck involved. Vatira hitting it right back into Exotic. Exotic laid it off for him in the first place. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable synergy from Carmine Corp. No way that Oxygen could have seen that coming. Come on, fast forward. Skip this goal. Jory's open net. We do not care. Next. Here we go. Just a crazy pre-jump play from Exotic. I could watch that on repeat all day. Let's just skip the next game and keep watching that goal back over and over again. Welcome back, Leaf. Hope you caught the end of that game.
I absolutely did. There was no way I could miss it with the screaming that was going on as well. That was a beautiful way to end that. Across the board, by the way, Solary bounced back, so that's 1-1. The only game that was in a at a match point was actually Team Liquid's, and they do complete the sweep over Aogiri. And I will let you know another match point just happened, and it's Heat over Moist, 2-1.
What?
Wow.
What?
Well, you know,
What's happening over there?
I don't understand what's happening with Moist as well. I mean, I said at the start of the day that they're going to need to rely on other results going their way to clinch today, but I didn't expect us to have to talk about the possibility of them being eliminated from Swiss. I know I thought that they're going to go through and then tomorrow we'll have the confirmation. Well, here we have Oxygen starting off strong. Probably pass there from Archie to play that one into a position Oli can work with. Nice placement from Oli as well, predicting the pre-jump, going back close behind the defender. Man, what is going on with Moist today? I still can't believe that. They're losing another match point.
They at least they usually beat those teams, right? Like Moist has definitely had struggles in Swiss, but losing to Solary and now going down to Heat have not really had much results at all this split. So that one's definitely a head scratcher. But the former Moist veteran Vatira diving for that ball. And he's having himself quite the game here on, or in this match. And Johnny, I think I'm starting to regret switching my pick. You fooled me.
I know, I might have baited you there. Sorry about that.
But, you know,
the Carmine's energy. I mean, Vatira is just continuing to look like the best player in the world. It has to be said. This guy just looks unstoppable right now. If I'm Oxygen, I'm trying to demo this guy any chance I can get, because when he's behind the ball, it's just so hard to get it past him. But even then, going forward, he's also just such an effective player. Just unbelievable. One of the best players in the world last season for Moist. Now he joins a new team and he's looking every bit as good.
Just goes to show you his type of play. Vatira, he's that slot-in player. He could probably join any roster and elevate them to the next level. Why you got to feel like he's the best player in the world, or at least in that conversation to start the season. And he's certainly looking great against Oxygen. But Oxygen are holding this lead for now. This was happening in game one. For Oxygen, they get the first goal, and then K-Corp score late to tie it up and win. So this is certainly not out of the woods at all. As Oxygen, they're gonna extend the lead with an incredible shot here from Jorius.
Yeah, looks like Vatira is the only player who had boost. Exotic and Itachi both in a position to potentially challenge the ball, but they didn't have boost to get to it. So the pass goes completely uncontested. Jorius smashes in a shot over the top of Vatira. No way is even Vatira going to save that one. Can't only make it 3-0. Exotic can't get in the way of that one. And it is going to be 3.
Nice goal. Exotic turns up the field first. Sees Oli has it and waits for him to give that ball up, and he's just a little slower. Oli was close to the ball. He got enough height. It's going to be difficult for Exotic to pop up. Not a bad idea there from Exotic. It looked like he wanted the challenge at first, then he felt like he had a better challenge once he let Oli hit the ground and defend the shot. Fortunately for him, Oli was better.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting that Exotic was reading a shot there. The way that Oli flew up at that, it looked like he planned to just shoot it first time. Exotic turned to cover the net, but great deception from Oli. Had control of the ball, wasn't actually planning to shoot it. Just countered Exotic's turn back to goal with perfect ball control. And those touches are really hard to do when you don't have a lot of boost, so yeah, definitely a great play by Oli to outplay Exotic there.
Comes out now 3-0 for K-Corp. May get away from them. It already has. And Oxygen setting up in the corner again. Joreuz throws it straight down, and Oli forces the issue. That is a hat trick for Oli.
Yeah, this another great pass. Joreuz just getting over the top of it, and Oli pounces on the near post play. This has had Exotic's number a couple of times now, once in a straight up 1v1, now just in reading what's happening in front of them. We've had late game surges from Carmine Corp in both of the games that we've seen so far, but this one I think has just gotten a bit too far away from them. The Oxygen offense doing a bit too much damage early on. They might continue to do damage here. Vatira is there to stop it, but they really are struggling to get those counterattacks going in the way that they did in the previous two games.
Whoa, that one flipped over. And that,
oh my.
I mean, before that Vatira save, all of K-Corp, with under 2 minutes left, were sitting under 100 points. They legitimately have done nothing behind the ball this game. It's been all Oxygen, and I mean, that drop pass from Oli. What do you do for K-Corp?
Yeah, it seems like Oxygen are thriving in the more chaotic situations where the ball's pinching out into the open play, when players are able to just get a clean touch on the ball. It's the 50-50 game that Carmine Corp look more comfortable dealing with, and you know, that really indicates that Oxygen have got to try and keep this game as flowing as they can. Just keep pinging the ball around, try and stay active, try and stay moving. It's Carmine Corp's changes of pace that mess with teams. That's a great interception there from Joreuz. If Oxygen can keep this up, then there's definitely a possibility of a comeback here. So if their offense looks this good, even Carmine Corp are going to struggle to hold them back.
Well, this final minute, while we wait for it to end, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little more interested in what's going on in Heat versus Moist right now. This final minute.
Sure.
Leaf, I need an update.
Yeah, so it was 3-1 for Heat with 1:20 left. Rise did just score, so they're only 1 goal down, but they're still down to Heat right now.
What's the time left on that game?
1:26.
1:26 remaining, 3-2. That's match point Heat. Moist heading towards the 0-2 round. I mean, if they go out in Swiss early, I don't think they might not even be favorites to make the major anymore, because every round that you get into, every round that you get a win in Swiss, you are putting more points on the board for the split. So this is an actual disaster for Moist. The fact that they're 0-2, that puts massive pressure on them. Well, if they do go 0-2, we might still see a 0-second goal from them, as we often do. Surely
Brazil set up here.
Yeah, surely nothing more than consolation here for Carmine Corp, despite the fact that was a gorgeous shot to the top left corner.
It was all,
by the way.
Oh, Moist have done it again. They've done it again. Of course they have.
Still icy even when they're down, but it does need to be, Moist do need to win 2 series to feel safe for the major. But if they do go 0-3 or even 1-3, means that it's more likely they miss or they end up in a tiebreaker. So it'll give you guys an update on that match as soon as we get one. But this one's still going between Oxygen and K-Corp as Oxygen survive and prevent the sweep.
Yeah, much better game there from Oxygen. Just brutal with their finishing and the timing of their arrival. They've been extremely aggressive with their approaches. Anytime the ball centers, they are there for it. So Carmine Corp are going to need to be aware of that. They're going to need to just hit the ball into the corner defensively. You can't think too much about immediate counterattacks when teams are just advancing quickly in second man position. You have to just go play it into the corner. Try and survive a bit, and then once Oxygen's offense runs dry a boost, you can maybe think about attacking.
I will also mention Solary is currently on match point against Quadrant. Quadrant trying to get their second win in Swiss here to clinch Rotterdam. It is
Johnny. This is your region, bro. You want to explain?
Well.
You want to explain, dude? This is your region, dude. No, I'm saying Johnny. I'm asking Johnny. Yeah.
Do I want to explain? There's nothing. Nothing needs explaining. I mean, this is what Europe does.
What's going on?
This is what Europe does. There are no free wins. There are no matchups that you could just lock in 100%. But Quadrant, they're pretty much qualified anyway. Even if they don't clinch it themselves, they're probably still going to Rotterdam. So I don't think they're feeling the pressure there. This might just be a case of Solary bootcamp buff, like Fairy Pig tweeted about earlier on. I think it was last night or today.
Well, boot camp buff may be happening for them. Moist ended up winning in Game 4 against Heat, so that one goes to Champions Field. And maybe this one will go to Champions Field as well as we get underway. Oxygen put on an absolute tsunami of goals against K-Corp. We'll see if K-Corp can dry that up as Vatira gets started and K-Corp try to get set on offense. Exotic gonna pop it up himself, forces 2 to commit, but Archie will easily recover. Oli will protect the ball. Still K-Corp ball, though.
Oh, be careful, Archie!
Oh, no! Exotic gets the goal, but how about this shot from Vatira?
Oh dear, well, Archie just kind of got in the wrong place at the wrong time there, re-centered the ball after the initial save, and I don't think either of his teammates were ready for him to make that touch. Shorias was just advancing to play the ball himself, so it ended up in a terrible position for them. It's actually going to try and double up. He's actually called for Exotic to jump behind him there as he flicked the ball up high. Okay, Oxygen making a bit of a mistake there after Vatira almost styled on them. And there's a ton of time left for them to really get that offensive machine rolling again. Archie's initial attempt denied by Exotic.
I wonder if this changes Oxygen's approach. They scored so early in the last game, and then they just played with complete confidence the whole way through. Does that change at all with K-Corp taking the lead a little early? Exotic actually beating the midfield line. Hitachi beating the player into the dirt. Vatira puts it over Exotic. A little jumpy, but you gotta wait for your boy Vatira. I think you can trust him at this point that he's gonna win that 50.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vatira was just so quick to get back to that one. A couple of Oxygen players thinking that they can beat into the ball, but you've always got to understand that if Vatira's going for it, he's probably going to get there. He's one of the players that doesn't go unless he knows he's going to get there first, and can often surprise even the quickest of players that he goes up against. Just how reliable he is getting to the ball in those 50-50 exchanges. Exotic with a recovery here, not able to get there before Oli though, and Jorias had boost, but a little bit too close to the plate to get a shot on target there.
Now Tachi's got Exotic on his wing, but Oli just stole the ball, and now it's a potential 2-on-1. Vatira forced to stretch, but no one from Oxygen was really in position for that touch. Exotic gets bumped out of the play. He gets the wave landing to avoid the follow-up bump, and then gets the save as well. Impressive recovery and save from Exotic.
Yeah, it's perfect play there from Exotic, just jumping clean over the top of the second bump attempt that had to land, really. I mean, I think you've got to really be jumping there if you are trying to go on a second bump on Exotic. He's going to try and jump over you. It's just something that has to happen when he's going to need to make a save immediately afterwards. Another great offload. Archie's denied it. He denies the second shot as well. Not needed to be there for the third. Vatira's missed it. Great lead by Itachi. Exotic coming in. His shot's lackluster, but it does set up a boost steal. Looks like Oli's picked up 100 at the far side, so they should be fine here. Oli's able to make a play on the ball. Oxygen survive.
K-Corp. They might have been able to keep pushing, but there was a slight maybe miscomm about who was going for the ball earlier. Doesn't seem to have mattered. They have held on to the ball, but they were losing in the boost game. Now Itachi left with only like 6 as he left for that one. And Exotic gets a big clear. But Oxygen aren't gonna let him wait for too long. Exotic setting it up, and whoa, bit of pinball. As the ball sent back by Jorias. Itachi still working on low boost. Great use of the wall to uptick that speed with only 20 boost. Exotic getting rolled by the car, and K-Corp trying to slow things down, but the ball just keeps getting pumped back into their corner. they're really having to manage boost effectively because they're not winning every battle. You're seeing a lot of, every time one player's behind the ball they have to defend, it's like 30 or lower that they're going for it. They're starting to win that boost now, though. They're starting to clear the ball with a little more force. Vatira drops the ball down. Archie trying to pass it right back. Oli looking back to Archie. Archie, his touch denied and forced to the corner again.
And what a frustrating game for Oxygen. They just flexed their offense last game, scored so many goals, but the defense of Carmine Corp has just been undeniable in this game. I mean, one of the plays we saw out of Itachi was truly unreal. 6 boost, alone in defense, 1v2. Somebody's trying to bump him. Another player's coming in with a shot, and he denies it. He saves it, clears the ball all by himself. I mean, to make that kind of play when you're completely alone in defense with no boost to play with, that just tells you the kind of defense Carmine Corp are working with today. Now, no time left for Oxygen. Can they push? Create a chance in the closing seconds.
Pushed in the corner. K-Corp, they have control. It'll be a K-Corp victory if it touches the ground. Archie tries. Jorius got the bounce on the ramp. This one's looking good for Oxygen. Reset on the ceiling. Drops it for the pass. Archie's collected enough small pads and puts the ball back. Maybe he can read this against Vatira, but he's got to have good follow-ups, and they aren't there. K-Corp will take the victory. A close one versus Oxygen in Game 4, but they take care of business. Despite all the pressure, K-Corp end up being the better team.
Yeah, just ridiculous defense at times this game. The 2 plays in particular that really caught my eye were Exotic surviving an actual connected bump from Oxygen before recovering to make a save in a 1v2, and then Itachi as well making a defensive save in a 1v2. Just the ability to dodge those demos is so key these days, where other teams, world-class teams worldwide are struggling to dodge demos. Carmine Corp show has done.
To give you guys an update there, Solary did grab their win over Quadrant, so Quadrant will have to try in the next round. Solary now sitting at a potential 3-0 day.
That's crazy.
Region, ridiculous. I mean,
that's team season like 4 right there. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. And then I'll let you know this match was going on. I was just about to tell you about this one. The Moist game is tied up with 30 seconds left.
I mean, this is really, it's so crazy to say, but is this a must win for Moist? I mean, do they just give themselves?
I would say yes.
I mean, in any other, I think, any other regional, you'd say it's fine. Moist, they're going to bring it back. They've got the ice to reverse sweep, but they really don't want to go there with the major on the line. And right now, 0 points accumulated from them in this event. Well, compared to what they started with. Closing seconds, are we going to see another Moist miracle?
Critical is probably going to pull his hair out in this overtime. I can only imagine the stress. Look at the hands, the disbelief. Well, maybe not the disbelief. He's like, why are we always here? Oh, yeah, is that it?
Charlie's been scratching his head a lot today.
Even a team with the 0 second and late game success like Moist have had, you're going to feel nervous in situations like this. You're against a team who have got absolutely nothing to lose, and they've got 3 French players, so you know it's going to be a struggle regardless.
And for chat, just so you know, this is a game 5. They don't have the overlay up, but that is a game 5.
Evil Geniuses just took it to 5-2, yeah? Oh, and they scored. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I love Europe, man. Like, NA has fun like with this in round 1. Like there'll be upsets in round 1, and then the rest of Swiss goes exactly the way you expect it. Every single round is a roll of the dice in Europe. It's crazy.
Yeah, BDS and EG are directly competing against each other. Hold that thought. It's ready to go for Heat. Moister in shambles. 0-2 in Swiss.
No way, dude.
I mean,
wow.
We talked about them as one of the teams who are just already into the major, essentially. Everybody's been talking about how there's 4 teams essentially guaranteed for Europe, despite the fact that only Carmine Corp are officially locked at this moment. But if Moist goes 0-3 or even 1-3, things could get extremely difficult for them. They've got a long way back if they're going to make it out of Swiss.
Just to let you know about this matchup here, this is a fun little thing from Direct. If BDS win this, 11 of the 12 players in the 2-0 round will be from France, and then Itachi as well.
And it's actually, of course, is part of the French community in Morocco. Being a French-speaking country, wow. I mean, absolute domination from France today after the UK started to talk trash after Regional 1. France trying to remind them that they are the country for Rocket League. they're at the top.
I was going to say.
And we're all just competing for second place in the rest of the world.
It is crazy how... that's what I was thinking too. Like, oh, the UK, they're coming up, and then France are like, no, dude, we just took a break. It's crazy.
I still can't
Genius might just win this. They might just win this.
They really are still in the conversation. I mean, whoever wins this one puts himself in a phenomenal spot. Just really puts the pressure on all the other teams around them, because we've got, if the Moist spot isn't safe, which apparently it isn't, then suddenly there are 2 spots up for grabs. We were talking about this as a 1 spot up for grabs, but if Moist are really in as much trouble as they appear to be, then there are actually potentially 2 spots up for grabs. And EG right now are 3 points away from BDS and Tundra, who are tied for 5th place. So this is a big win for EG, putting pressure on BDS potentially. And there's a lot of very good teams down there in the 1-1 round, down there in the 0-2 round now, with the upsets that Stollery have been putting on people, and the upsets that potentially EG are producing here. It's going to be a bloodbath. Catalysm get a second one.
Wow.
Well, the Titans are in trouble in Europe today, early in Swiss.
It's something to be said. If you're a fan of tiebreakers and you want to see a tiebreaker for the major, then you're probably rooting for a 1-3 Moist exit in Swiss, because there's a really good chance that Evil Geniuses are that team that end up having to play against them in a tiebreaker, depending on where Evil Geniuses finish. So 2 minutes to go here, and BDS, I really haven't seen them get anything going in Game 5 against Evil Geniuses. It's been all them in the game. Excuse me.
EG's it's another one of those teams that they had such a quiet Regional 1 that everybody kind of forgot about them, but Tox and Catalysm is a legendary duo, and German Rocket League, it's I think it's a country and a place with untapped potential. These 2 guys leading the charge. Well played there by Sikola to sneak that one through. He did well with that last touch. But it's not completely out of this world to see EG win a series like this. I mean, this is a team, and these are players who have seen success in recent times. Then another one. I mean, what is going on for BDS today? This is just not what you expect to see from them. Seiko not making contact with the cheater or the ball there. And Monkeyman couldn't get back.
Whew. Looking like EG might take it. Something in the water in Europe today. And all the teams who are expected to lose are now winning. It's Catalysm with a couple of really nice goals. I mean, that one on the kickoff, BDS just couldn't find an extra touch, but the previous goal that he had was also really nice. And, there have been times with this Evil Geniuses roster where you watch them put it together and you can see the potential behind them, Johnny, like you're talking. So it definitely doesn't surprise me too much. I'm more surprised by a result like Heat versus Moist than I would be with this one. BDS tend to do this.
Yeah, certainly. Well, especially with Moist playing so well in Swiss up until now. They've dropped a couple series here and there, but they have still looked like one of the stronger teams in the Swiss stage. They've fallen twice to Carmine Corp in playoffs. But yeah, 2 top 4s for Moist. You don't expect them to be losing to a team like Heat, even if they do have 3 French players. What is going on with BDS though? I mean, we got a bit ahead of ourselves there, talking about 11 out of 12 players in the top 4 being French in this event right now, because Tox, Catalysm, and Ivan have just completely dominated them in Game 5.
Looks like the Germans got something to say. Man, the rest of these rounds, breaking it out, I have to hit the refresh on my Liquipedia so I get the full picture. But you got, just at the bottom, looks like our matches are confirmed. Moist are going to play Sonics. And based on what I've seen so far, Sonics have only taken 1 game today. So I don't think they've exactly been playing well. But they should be fine.
They also should have been fine in their matches before, right?
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, they've got to be so careful here, because the pressure really is on. They're not clinched for the major. They're currently relying on other results to go in their favor. And I think if they lose 0-3, they're going to rely on a ton of results to go in their favor because they're not at that magic number yet. The magic number of points that you're sort of aiming for. It's sort of, I think it's like 23, 24. That's where you start to really be favored mathematically to make it. And Moist aren't there yet. They're simply on 18th. So they need to get more wins in this Swiss stage if they're going to get up to that magic number and really be the favorites to make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, again, as I just said before, hashtag EU depth, we got some exciting results out of this one. Again, BDS dropping to EG, which again keeps things wide open. Moist losing 2 rounds in a row, which keeps things wide open. So things are still open for a lot of these teams. So these next rounds are going to be very important because after this break, we head into our qualification and eliminations rounds. That's right. After this break, we start seeing teams go goodbye and their chances for Rotterdam being dashed, and some teams may be finding their spots in clinches to Rotterdam. So it's going to be exciting. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
In the team, we approached this final regional with a little bit of pressure, obviously. We know that we need to do a great placement, a semi-final or a final at least to really deserve the qualification. We know what we need to do, but we don't really want to have that in mind always. Or I think the pressure could get to us and make us have regrets on how we will need to play.
His former teammate, then Cassio pulls the string on top.
I definitely think the biggest threat for our chances will be BDS, as they are the reigning world champion and they've always been really consistent. There is just those 2 tournaments where they didn't perform, but they definitely are the strongest opponent for us.
And Tundra with the counter-attack will score. Raziz will get the first goal in Game 3.
Playing on land for me is really important. It is the place where there is no frontier, no barrier. Everyone can actually perform, and it's just the place where the true champion and the best player in the world can actually show that they deserve the title. It's really fun to play there.
Through this round, and well, that's exactly how you do it.
Making the major for us is really important and not that important at the same time. Missing on the major wouldn't be the end of the world for us. The target is always to focus on the future, and not being perfect today doesn't mean we wouldn't be tomorrow.
But Cash is still there, and Cash has been beaten.
And it's Raziers with the solo play onto Cash.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we continue on into round 3 of day 1 of the European Fall Invitational. Things start to come down to the wire here. I'm Leaf, alongside me, James Ball and Toro. I don't know why I said you two are always.
Thank you.
I think it's because you two are always going for that accent.
What do you mean, dude? I love the British accent. Okay, I'm a big fan, and I appreciate that you would assume that I'm British. That makes me feel good.
I do. I think you're just putting on an American accent right now.
Okay, thank you. That would be great if I've just been living a facade this whole time.
Very, very impressed, if indeed. But let's look at what we're getting into, James. We are getting into round 3 of our Swiss. This is where eliminations and qualifications start to happen.
Oh, this is where it gets real, especially for Tundra, who came into today tied with Team BDS and Aogiri, just 2 points behind. So if you lose this, your hopes are done. Like you are saying goodbye to Rotterdam. So there is so much on the line here. And Tundra and Aogiri, both of these teams, kind of a similar storyline as well throughout this split. Teams that people weren't really expecting to even be serious major contenders, and now they find themselves against each other. So only one team will be able to keep that dream alive.
Talk about that in a second again here, because we do have a lot of other matchups going on. Make sure you're going and supporting your favorite team. Team streams all over the place. We only focus in on one here. And again, I want to point out, Turtle, another story on the other side of things. Quadrant are still looking to clinch Rotterdam with one more win. They needed 2 coming into this. They got 1 in round 1, but then Solary took them out in round 2.
Yeah, but they are just in the middle of the Swiss bracket now. They're in round 3. They're in round 3 middle. Which means that their backs aren't necessarily against the wall yet. Obviously, they'd like to close things out and guarantee that spot, but there's still an extra life for them. But knowing Quadrant and how hungry they are going to be doing everything they can, of course, against Liquid to make sure that dream becomes a reality of making it to Rotterdam.
Let's talk about that matchup James was honing in on there, because that's the one we're going to be showing on broadcast. This is an elimination, Tundra versus Aogiri. This, again, is not a position that you end up wanting to be in. Back against the wall, you'll lose. Your journey to Rotterdam is done. So a lot of pressure, James, ends up being on the table for both of these teams, and especially Tundra, as you mentioned, coming in 5th place. And there's a lot of expectations for yourself to continue to perform that well. So to be here can sometimes be a little confusing.
Yes, it can be, but also you've got huge experience on Tundra's side. Cassio and Rizek's both extensive LAN experience, major experience. And I mean, Cassio's been here forever. But, Aogiri, they've got that young gun, that newcomer Stizzy. And we've seen, especially in Europe, how that young blood, that new life can elevate a team. And so now the question is, will Stizzy truly be able to do that for Aogiri? Will the experience from Tundra prove to be too much?
That's a very good question. Maybe chat has the answer. Let's get the fan vote rolling. Hashtag AGR, hashtag TUN. Vote for the team you think's moving on, because again, only one of them can. Analysts, quick predictions here before the match gets rolling. Do you think Tundra holds on here, Turtle?
I genuinely do believe that Tundra hold on. I think that just the addition of Cassio, in general, that man is going to lead the way. He's got to step up big, obviously, being the veteran. I know Rizek's, of course, the experience is there with him as well. But Cassio, this is the guy that has all the pressure on his shoulders. Will he be able to stand up to the challenge? In my personal experience, in my opinion, I think it's true against Aogiri.
James, I'm gonna agree with him here. I think that experience from Cassio, you mentioned it yourself too. So I'm gonna have to put Tundra on the board too. How about you?
I think we're gonna clean sweep for Tundra here. We'll see if that's the case.
It's over
put
now.
Me down for Tundra.
It's over.
But Aogiri, they've been just like Tundra has been. They have been exceeding people's expectations. But one of their journeys for the fall split will end here.
Well, we're gonna find out if we're right, if chat's right. 60% in favor of them as they hit the field. James Spot, Turtle, let's get it.
Turtle, I had mentioned it a few times. These Cinderella teams, it's always heartbreaking to see them face each other down, where only one story can continue on and have a chance at a happy ending. The other going to end in tears.
But with this type of pressure, James, you might be able to see a certain player step up in ways we've never seen before. That's what makes it exciting. You never know what you're going to get. And of course, this Swiss stage for the final region in Europe has been a doozy. And this first goal from, of course, the veteran Cassio wasn't necessarily a doozy. It was a simple one, but a really well-placed one.
Yeah, Cassio there, ready to clean up. Braziers, he had an open shot on net, pulled the trigger quick. And, I mean, with Cassio there to back him up, I'm sure wasn't feeling too much pressure. And that was not the most highlight reel caliber shot, but sometimes a goal, that's all you need. Now, maybe we'll see a highlight shot there. Double tap, threatened rebound. Will be cleared off the goal line by Stizzy. And we're seeing Tundra with some fantastic early pressure.
Well, and to me, that's, the expertise that Cassio brings to this roster. It's not going to be anything incredibly flashy or, triple flip resets out of thin air. I mean, this man is consistent. He's got the fundamentals down. He's going to win challenges, and he's going to be in the spot he needs to be in to clean up goals like that. So it might not be flashy, but it is very necessary to get this win and sneak out a dub against Aogiri.
I've started to, hold on, Stizzy going for the block. It's launched down. But just talking about that no-nonsense gameplay, I've heard, a new term start to be thrown around where they call it the bot play style.
We were
bot play style.
Chorby and Johnny with the Fennec.
Yeah, the Daniel bot play style, I've heard. And then apparently Jack saying exotic plays like a robot.
Yeah.
No, I personally am a big fan of that terminology, and that is what Cassio brings to the table, is that extreme consistency. Doesn't need the flash and flare, just needs the effect.
Yeah. Well, you've always got to have a player like that on your team. I think that's just as important as having somebody that could pop off, similar to ways that we've seen Justin have stellar performances, or maybe Astral. You always got to have that bot in the background who's keeping things down and rock solid on defense. Here comes Dizzy. Of course, he wants something flashy. Maybe the first goal for Aogiri, but he's denied early, and big challenge wins from Tundra within the first 2 minutes.
Rizex, can he get back? Rizex can't get back in time. And Salen will shoot that one over his head. Rizex was just trying to get some boost. Got one small pad. I mean, speed flipped into the other. That's about as fast as you can get back when you're on 0 boost. So well done to Salen and Aogiri for recognizing the defense getting caught out.
Yeah, and for me, that was the least expected goal to see from Aogiri. You thought it would be something out of the box of Tundra, maybe forcing a mistake, but that was just a slower rotation in the backfield. Rizex couldn't get back in time, and here he is trying to redeem himself. We had a demo attempt from Cassio, who I do believe connected with the bump, but the shot was saved and blocked with one nice challenge. Aogiri fending off against the pressure and getting themselves back into this game after a really good start from Tundra.
Yeah, and I mean, that play from Tundra was the right idea as well. I mean, Rizex even handled that ball well on the air dribble, but Asalan navigating that bump attempt. Still Tundra on the attack. Back to the middle, Cassio. Light shot, will be saved off to the side. Rizex, flip reset. Looking for his options. Goes for a little tip. Rebound out to Raziers. Going for the backboard. It bounces. Cassio is far out of the play.
Okay.
Tundra will pick things back up in their own half.
I was getting scared for a second there. There was another midfield shot where I'm thinking maybe the rotation is breaking down. Rizex went for a flip reset. But this is good news for Tundra. They were able to seal off and close the gap in defense and at least have somebody in the backfield. Here's another opportunity for Stizzy, who's been alone several times. Nice little air dribble past one defender, but not past the second.
And Stizzy came close to getting that bump. The air dribble bump. The Tundra to get away from it. Bit of back and forth gameplay. Tundra having more possession. Rizex trying to control it into a flip reset, and you can see the defense respected it. That gives time for Raziers to come in. Boost steal from Rizex in the corner. Cassio now looking for a pass. It's off the corner. Rizex back to Cassio. Cassio down to Raziers, and Raziers seals the deal.
The passing plays between these three players, threading the needle through the corner, through the defense. Aogiri left speechless after that team play comes out from Tundra.
Oh, Rizex and Casio making music. That was textbook passing. And now Casio heading for the backboard. It bounces out to Rizex. First touch control around 1, and we'll see Sailing hit it up the side. Now the retreat is on for Tundra. Stizzy towards net, double commit. Casio and Rizex both go. Sailing will go for the boom on the backboard. It bounces down, but Raziers hammers it over to Casio, who clears it down to the Aogiri corner. Tundra, they're looking good, but there's still time on the clock for Aogiri.
Yeah, things are still scary as that third man in Tundra does rotate back. I haven't seen them be as late as they were previously, but there's this awkward space between the midfield and that third man where it looks like Aogiri could infiltrate or maybe get a solid solo play. We've seen Stizzy go for it multiple times, and he's going to need to come out clutch and huge within the last 5 seconds. Otherwise, Casio, with this slip reset, might send it down and end game 1. But that's a good bounce off for Stizzy. He's still up in the air, and this ball is not going to drop down yet, and it finally will. There it is, 150-50. Ball hits the ground, and Tundra Esports, off that passing play, James, can take game 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Turtle. That passing play was the play of the game. Play of the game. Rizex and Casio finding each other, and then also for Raziers to be out in the middle, and we better see that on this replay. The first goal, bit of a freebie there, and then you saw the response, Sailing launching it back towards net, and then this was the play, the passing. That's the tail end of it. There was even a build-up to that. You know, we saw such a good passing play make the difference in this game.
Well, just to get you some updates, if you guys want them. I don't know if you're like super
invested
in that.
No, I'm ready.
Anything, but like I got some stuff.
I want to hear what Moist is doing right now too.
So Moist right now are actually still in the game 1. They were a bit late to starting. It's I will tell you though, there's 2 minutes left. Sonics are up 1-0. So I mean, I don't know if that really indicates anything, but Moist is behind in that matchup.
Yeah.
BDS actually lose their first game to Williams Resolve. So they're down 1-0 right now. They just came off a loss too from EG. So yeah, BDS definitely struggling to figure out their thing as well. TL took their first one against Quadrant. Remember, Quadrant is looking to get 2 wins during the Swiss stage, qualify. So they seem to be running into some roadblocks.
Yeah, roadblocks, they can be a nuisance, Turtle, especially during construction season. And Tundra is trying to build something nice at the expense of Aogiri.
You amaze me every time. Every time you hit me with that, and every time Stizzy comes up clutch. You know, our eyes are being blessed today, James, with some good Rocket League, some good passing. BK Sailing out, it wasn't necessarily in the corner, right behind the corner, pops down to the midfield, and Aogiri able to get the first goal unlike game 1.
And Sailing playing a key role in that goal as well, getting it out to Stizzy, who makes an appearance.
Yeah. Well, it feels like Stizzy has been the one player who's always behind this ball when it comes to that offensive pressure. He's trying everything he can in his strategy book to throw some crazy shots. There he is again, a heat seeker towards the back of the net, but it's saved by the post.
Yeah, that constant threat. And Sailing will get actually back-to-back bumps on Rizex. Stizzy with the fake down low will pop it high. Casio dodges the bump from Stizzy. We'll hit that off to the corner. We're seeing so much possession now in favor of Aogiri. They've come out in game 2, the dominant team so far.
Midfield is still up for grabs for both teams. BK Sailing doesn't win that 50-50, and it's out right to Rizex. Early challenge from Stizzy, but then a bump comes through, and the paths have been opened for Tundra.
And this was recognition instantly from Rizex Raziers rather, opening up that lane for Casio. And Casio had to split the defense and hammered that shot perfectly between them. That was a surgical play there from Tundra.
And for Casio specifically, that shot doesn't look too complicated, but that accuracy has got to be perfect. There's 2 players crossing the net on both sides. Only one spot where that can go in, and Casio ends up finding his mark. An early shot for the midfield. Remember what happened in game 1 with those early shots for Aogiri. Got them their first goal, but the defense has been tightened up. Tundra Esports certainly on the right path, but at the end of the day, we're still all tied up.
Now Rizex trying to break that tie. Sailing lob it downfield, and Razier's in the corner, booms it straight back. Double commit. Ocelon and Stizzy both airborne. Cassio will launch it to the side over for Rizex, but Salen was there to slow that play down. Now a backward pass, low boost for Cassio. Cassio's faked it off his own elbow, and it bounces down and out. Razier's leading the fast break.
Oh, man. Stizzy shot earlier, hit the crossbar, but that was just poor accuracy. That one was an incredible save. Tundra off the back end, or the back foot, excuse me, of Cassio. Stay alive and keep things tied up.
Stizzy beat on that 50. Ocelon. Well, now Salen upfield. Rizex a little bit awkward. Looking for his own corner. Salen, corner pass. Stizzy shot will be high and wide, but the net vulnerable there for a moment. That was not the hit back to the corner that Tundra was looking for, but they get out with no harm done. Now Razier's going for the backboard. Can't get the double. Salen will pop it up. Cassio into the air. Gonna try to pass that over.
No way. Oh, man. It just doesn't feel like Aogiri have that precision, James, that we're seeing out of Tundra. Stizzy has gone up for a couple of shots. They've got 7 shots. Stizzy with 5 to his name, only 1 goal. And the precision, the accuracy, being clinical when you get those rare chances. I just haven't seen the same thing from Aogiri, but we are still all tied up. Opportunities, very thin for Tundra, and their defense is forced to get a lot of these last-second saves.
Right now, it seems like Aogiri is playing quantity over quality.
Yep.
And they have been getting multiple chances, and if they can clean up that quality just a bit, maybe they can snag this game too from Tundra. So far, possession heavily in their favor. But now, an opportunity for Tundra. The pass over, it looked like it was a bump attempt by Razier's. Didn't go for the Cassio pass. Now time still. Razier's getting back in the play. Demoed. Stizzy's backwards with only a third of a tank. Has to get help from Ocelon, but this is awkward. Now the shot from Cassio blocked by Salen. Razier's jumping up to get the flip reset. Doesn't. Actually, I think Wave Dash bumped Cassio. Bit of confusion now. Rizex. You saw Razier's leave that corner boost. That gave it away. Now
you gotta get a
shot opportunity. Double tap is close. Rebound out. Rizex will clear it downfield, and Razier's going for the tip. Off the wall. Down to Rizex, who fakes one. The pop from Ocelon will get backed up by Stizzy.
Just looks like Aogiri. They are hunting, preparing to get this second goal. They haven't found the execution, but they are knocking on the door, James Bott. So many shots, so many attempts off the backboard. There's a lot of space given to them too from Tundra, who are forced to go for big monster clears like this, not finding a teammate, struggling to get possession. But one opportunity might end it, and Cassio is gonna want another look at that one. That was a clear shot and couldn't find it.
Oh, that was close. That ball was smacked. Now double commit from Aogiri. Cassio doesn't get a fender on that one. If he did, that 50 would have proven invaluable after that double commit, but still, it's looking awkward. Double commit again. Rebound out. Shot.
Here's
no, it's
Rizex.
a pass. A perfect pass from Razier's to Rizex after the double commit. That is heartbreak for Aogiri.
James, about why make your life more difficult for Razier's and go for that shot when you could simply pass it into the midfield, find Rizex, and give this man the easiest look at net that they've had all game. That's exactly what happened. It unfolded perfectly, and this ball is going to bounce off the corner. Maybe we see something crazy. Miracles have happened before. But with Rizex's 50-50, nobody in position. Game 2, again, going in favor of Tundra Esports.
Tundra. What a statement that game was. They were on the back foot most of that game. We saw multiple shots from Aogiri be just off. Stizzy scored the one, almost had another. You saw the one shot that went high, banged off the crossbar. Aogiri now, after giving up that game, will have to reverse sweep to keep their Rotterdam hopes alive. And Leaf, that is a tall task.
Absolutely, and a couple tall tasks across the board here, as Heat will need a reverse sweep over Oxygen because Oxygen at match point. BDS will also have to reverse sweep because they're at match points against Williams Resolve right now. Williams Resolve about to 3-0 BDS.
What?
Yeah.
What is Europe? Though? What is this? Where have we stumbled upon? This is like some forgotten land that I've never seen, never heard of. I mean, I'm used to Europe being crazy, but I think Jorby was talking about how North America is like round 1 is kind of crazy, but then it gets a little bit more predictable. No, that's not happening at all today, especially in Europe. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and also the fact that Sonics won that game 1 against Moist as well. They're up. Moist is up 1-0 with 30 seconds left now in game 2, but like the fact that it's that close for Moist is very problematic.
Problematic. That is a word that will be fitting for a lot of team situations. And now a problematic situation for Aogiri, down 2 games. They had a good start in game 2 as well, Turtle. Right. The possession, it seemed like the adjustments came out to get him more looks, but now we're seeing a struggle again. Salen was hanging out, lurking on the backboard, and you saw Stizzy jump, but Rizex's touch made things miserable for that Aogiri defense.
Big shout out to Rizex. His touches have always been to a teammate, always found the right spot, whether it's off the backboard, getting and smacking it to an empty space, like in that situation there. Nobody was in position from Aogiri, couldn't find a touch, and it bounces perfectly to a teammate. And that's just another prime example of the difference between these two teams in this series. The setups for Tundra are always finding a teammate, always alleviating pressure and making sure that path to the net is easier. I can't say the same for Aogiri. Their setups, their touches, even this one, rolling across. There was nobody in position, not finding the execution, not finding the setup. While Aogiri might have a little bit more offense, especially in game 2, it doesn't matter if the quality isn't there, James.
You're right, Turtle. You have to be able to put the entire picture together. And it seems like Tundra's not making any hope passes. They're not launching it over saying, I hope my teammate's there. They know their teammate is there. And there's a pinch. That one forcing a bit of panic out from Salen. And now Razier's going for the 50. Hit upfield to Salen, but Cassio there first, but it's right to Stizzy. A heavy first touch from Stizzy. If Stizzy catches that, maybe would have been able to do more.
Yeah.
And now a miss from Stizzy. Stizzy launching that up off the ceiling, out of boost. This is a very bad situation for the Aogiri defense. Time being taken, but VK Salen with a massive stop there to buy time for his teammates to get some boost and get back into position.
Solid 50-50 from Rizex. That's up Cassio. All 3 players from Aogiri are a little bit stagnant and nobody's able to get a follow-up. Finally, Ocelon can predict the pass and know exactly where Tundra want to place this ball, but the pressure is still on. Relentless stuff from Tundra off the backboard. VK Salen in a tough and sticky situation, but nothing is stopping for Tundra. They keep it coming, James.
Wow. Almost a beautiful double tap.
Oh, now it's wide open. Nobody's back. Cassio can't get it. And Aogiri, another punishing goal. This has been the bread and butter for them, is getting these midfield shots, catching everybody from Tundra a little bit too far forward.
And I mean, you saw Raziers and Rizex both dive into the corner on that play and double commits. We've seen a few of those. Usually it's been on the side of Aogiri. Tundra not really making that mistake too many times, but they make it once there and it's punished. So well done by Aogiri to make the most out of the few mistakes that Tundra are making on defense.
Oh, Raziers, nice pre-flip. Wanted to get back into the lead as quickly as possible. Approaching the final 2 minutes of match point for Tundra. Aogiri need to find a goal, need to hold on, of course, to the lead once they acquire it. This is their last life, their last chance. And look at the major. Cassio double tap. Looking for any setup. Can't find it. Things have evened out. A lot of pressure from Tundra, but nothing answered so far.
Ocelon trying to drop it down to Stizzy. A wide open. Oh no! Respect was rotating back for a brief moment on the director game. It looked like that goal was wide open, Turtle.
Yeah, and it was also a very rushed play from Stizzy. I mean, he wasn't on director cam himself. He must have seen Rizex there, and nobody sees Rizex here in the corner because he's slotting it.
And it's Cassio. Cassio with a picture-perfect pass. Salen perhaps hoping his teammate would get a 50 on that, but Rizex launches it top corner. That's about as good as you can shoot it from that position.
I mean, it's weird because Aogiri, they have a lot of opportunities, right? and I can't really say the same thing about Tundra Esports. Maybe 1 or 2 good looks every other minute, but every single time they get that opportunity, they are well aware of how to take advantage of it. Aogiri can take advantage of this one. Finally, it's another situation where Tundra Esports are overextending.
Oh my
I think they've learned their lesson, James.
How are you supposed to expect that?
What do you mean? Where's
A
the
little
rotation?
they double commit and it hit back down into VK Salem and somehow went in.
Why are we double committing? What's
That,
going on?
the double commit worked out, so it is what it is. And now another chance. Rizex will save it out to the side. We have that 1 minute warning. Tie ball game, and this is for your chance at making it to the major. You have no room for mistakes if you're Aogiri. You must win this game.
In somewhat at your own hands. I'm sure there's a lot of things that need to go in favor of Aogiri still after they get this dub, or if they can get the dub. But this would be the right step in the right direction. Rizex might have something else to say about it. Cassio's no boost, which means the shot is going to be weak and saved by Ocelon. Pressure able to swap sides and go the other way.
And that might be the major hope kept alive. Ocelon has been lights out in those situations where it's 2v1. He's got to dodge a bump, got to dodge a demo, and make the save. Ocelon did it before, and he does it again.
Oh, Cassio off the backboard. Double tap opportunity was presented, but he's going to opt to get a better bounce, and Rizex crashed the net, sealing down, and we get sent into another OT.
And what could be the last game for Aogiri of the fall split.
What's it going to be,
Go on.
James? Do we get another midfield shot from Aogiri? Oh, we do! It's a midfield
No, we get
pass.
an own goal, Turtle.
What? No, there's no way. There's no way this is an own goal. There's
Look.
no way. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. This ain't got a touch, right? What? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, James Bond.
Sometimes you score on your own net when you're going for a 50, and that happens. Aogiri!
What?
It's honestly fitting that it's Ocelon, because Ocelon defensively made huge stops and kept Aogiri in this game in the first place.
This is impossible to predict. You see Stizzy up for that shot. I thought he was going to get a piece of it, at least a 50-50, which is ridiculous for him to get this game-winning goal, a midfield shot after midfield shot as well. Those were the first 2 goals that went in favor of them, and then they get an own goal. Somehow they're still in it, Leaf. Are you even witnessing what's happening? This is insane.
No, I
No,
my ass.
you're not?
Didn't watch it
Okay.
all. Yeah, no, of course I am. I'm also witnessing the same thing. If you guys could have seen Talacto's face on this, he's overdoing the quadrant broadcast. They got 3-0 swept. So they're still not clinched.
A couple of tears.
Yeah, team like
wiping out.
3-0 swept them.
Gosh.
So yeah,
Europe is on fire.
one normal expectation. KC finally shut down Solary, and they 3-0 swept them. So that
Right.
at least it's on there. And
There's a little bit of like normal Europe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got you.
Well,
And that game, Turtle, that was a head scratcher. I mean, we saw the double commit goal from VK Salem.
it's so
We
weird,
saw
man.
the own goal there, that redirect. Almost that one pinched in. But Aogiri,
man.
they're going to be thankful that they have another chance.
Yeah, I mean, if they take a dub, regardless of whether or not they were able to take it because of that own goal, I mean, they still were in the situation to force that awkward spot, so there is still credit to give Aogiri. And pressure has been applied, I'd say all series long. It's not like they've been flat on offense. The main thing that we talked about was quality opportunities, and when they're given space, it doesn't seem like they're willing to take the ball down to themselves, and control things. But this might be the difference. The accuracy still plaguing Aogiri.
And it was a good setup from Aogiri. You saw the demo on the goal line. Ocelon couldn't get his knee over the ball. Busy to dive in, hit downfield by Raziers. And now that pinch, not the best from Salem, will set up an attack opportunity for Tundra. 50-50 from Rizex. Salem first touch, and now a wonderful breakout from Salem.
right?
Jalen looking for Stizzy in the middle, but Raziers shuts that play down.
Ooh, and he's coming out with some mechanics from his own backboard. Got a flip reset, applying pressure. But we're back down the other way. Nobody else was able to follow up in support of Raziers, and that lovely clear. Another setup out of Aogiri. It's been back and forth, long clears, a bit of kickball as we get settled into another match point.
Salen. 50 by Cassio. It's back. Ocelon. Try to lob that over for Stizzy. Stizzy beats that defender. Now going for the 50, but Rizek playing it slow. Didn't work on Ocelon. Now VK Salen the shot. That's blocked out by Raziers, who is waiting for it in net.
Even with that one, the shot doesn't feel too threatening. Somewhat predictable. Tundra, a small little pre-jump, and they were able to get the save. Good bounce for Raziers, but now I'm seeing Aogiri look for some demos, create better opportunities. Of course, if the accuracy is not the best for them with their shots, demoing and getting physical can make things that much easier. Fizzy's up in the air looking for anything out of the corner. We've held a lot of pressure in the blue half. Tundra not as clinical when it comes to those transitions, especially when Ocelon's taking you out.
Yeah, we're seeing the demos start to come out for Aogiri.
Yeah.
Cassio in a 1v1, shut down by Ocelon. But there's a demo. Stizzy, after getting the demo, able to recover. Now we see Raziers with the demo. Shut down by Salen. Now Stizzy looking for the sideline. Aogiri, their physical play.
Yeah.
It's been giving them some chances. Tundra has been playing a lot of defense, and they're waiting for their opportunity to get that counterattack.
Oh, Stizzy, he's got some boost to get the double tap, but then couldn't find it, and Ocelon was expecting him to have it, which means he's forced to go for a weaker air dribble, but they're able to keep possession forward. And as soon as I say that, Cassio gets a monster clear and a flip reset. Where's the challenge? It's too late, Stizzy. Last second heroics, and he keeps it all tied up. We're back down the other end. We can't stay on one side, James.
And that was a bang Play. Rizek gets the save and is immediately demoed after making it. That was unreal. Rizek able to get the job done just in time. And now taking it downfield. Clear back out to the middle. Cassio off the sidewall. Stizzy with the lob upfield. Rizek has full boost. Well, bang that down to the corner, forcing Aogiri to retreat.
This is just a battle of clears. Who has the stronger clear? And it feels like who's going to have one player waiting down the other side to receive these monster clears. I haven't seen one person in particular, but Stizzy, is there in the spot. Nothing too flashy. Going the other way. And a good interception. Raziers tried to end it right before getting into OT. There's still plenty of time, and by plenty of time, I mean only 10 seconds, James.
Now that was a scary hit there from Salen to put that out in the middle. Now a counterattack opportunity. Salen airborne, 50 from Cassio. Hit out to the side. Stizzy, will he keep this ball in play? No, he will let overtime come.
Here we go. Here we go. Nobody able to come out on top in the battle of the clears. And it looks like we're right back to that same play style, but a good passing play. We've seen what they've been able to do before. Tundra looking to thread the needle once again.
We've seen Aogiri in this exact position in Game 3. They were able to pull it out in overtime. Can they do it again to threaten the reverse sweep? There's the double tap pass. Ooh. Double commit on the goal line. Light shot. It's light enough for Cassio to get back. And Tundra stuck playing defense like they have been almost this whole game.
And this is not the situation Tundra want to find themselves in. They have been 0-4 in overtimes today. We're back in this same situation. Another overtime. And Cassio tried to break that overtime curse. Couldn't find it. Back down to the defense we go.
Cassio up to Raziers. Raziers with the deflection. Head back. Cassio pop up. Stizzy needs to be good with this one. Launches it out to the middle. That sets up possession now for Tundra. Raziers can't get the block. Salen will hit it downfield. Rizek's trying to control. Bails off the ball, and it's enough space for Cassio to move in. Infield pass. The boom, and it's blocked again by Ocelon.
The goalkeeper of the series, Ocelon, keeping that one out. Doesn't look like there's any type of shot that can get past this man. Now maybe he can do something special on offense. Rizek doesn't get the best touch, but Cassio can bail him out. And we are back all the way to the other side. Tundra Esports, they get a chance and then they're forced to deny a chance against Aogiri.
Gonna have to work their way out of this jam though. Tundra gearing up, shot right at net, will easily be saved by Ocelon, but Ocelon has to boom it back out.
Oh, what a touch!
The touch back to Raziers. Raziers looking for the double tap. It's gonna bounce hard off the ground, potentially a flip reset. No, goes into an air dribble. Air dribble 50! Bounced off the ground and off the crossbar. Rebound off the crossbar as well. Tundra can't close it out just yet.
They can't buy a goal at this point. No matter the price, no matter what it takes, that crossbar, it's playing full effect. And the defense has never been so rock solid for Aogiri. Now the offense looking for a physical bump, might be able to find it. Dizzy, good control, keeps it to himself over one player on the backboard, gets the demo instead. We are getting action left and right. But not one team has been able to find that final nail, that final dagger that can end this OT.
Oh, and that was risky from Stizzy. He's still not out of danger yet. Cassio threatening the double tap, but Ocelon there first. The amount of pressure Aogiri must feel in this moment. Their entire fall split leading to this overtime. Their season could end here with a chance at Rotterdam flying out the window.
One mistake and you can say goodbye to Rotterdam. One mistake from Tundra though, and we're going the distance in this series, and the pressure, it's increased. Cassio looking for anything off the ceiling. He had his flip, but now instead he's gonna go for a demo. Things have slowed down just a little bit. And that one is, of course, going to get saved by Cassio. He's not letting something so simple drop in front of his net.
But you could see the opportunity now that it feels
that's it. That's got to be it.
It's good. Ocelon, who's been saving it all game, all series, could not get back to this one. And Tundra, they fend off Aogiri, and their chances at Rotterdam are still alive.
And they fend him off through the pillar of their offense that is Cassio, finding and connecting with that pass, the top right corner. He could have gone for a backboard touch, a shot himself, but he knew where his teammates were. He had the vision, and he had what it took to execute well. Tundra Esports coming out clutch, no game 5 given.
Yeah, that was a battle. Aogiri, they left it all out there on the field, and honestly, you know, they still, I think, surprised quite a few people this fall split, even though their split comes to an end. They made a mark, but their journey ends here, Leaf.
It does indeed, but Tundra's carries on. That puts them at 15 points, putting them into a 3-way tie, actually, for 5th place at 15 points. This, I'll tell you why that's a 3-way tie right now. EG just got their win over Vitality 3-1, which puts them at 15. And then you also have BDS losing to Williams Resolve 3-1.
Wow.
So that keeps BDS in that 3-way tie.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Tiebreakers. Oh man, this is when you get your hands a little bit dirty and you just start losing control of what's actually happening, and you just hope for the best with these teams. Some of it's in their control, some of it's out of their control, but we're taking a look now at the Monkeys G1 game that has gone the distance on game 5. A lot of time on the clock. And Leaf, have there been, what is the biggest surprise for you today? What has been something that's really taken your breath away?
Moist losing, going 0-2 in the first 2 rounds, probably, in all honesty.
That's gotta be it.
The fact that we also see BDS struggling with this round, with the Swiss rounds, has been interesting too. But Moist, bit of good news for Moist fans. If you weren't watching their team stream, they did win against Sonics 3-1. So they're still alive right now.
They bounce back. Oh, okay. G1.
The thing that's crazy though in the big picture is that you have Quadrant, you have Tundra, you have Team BDS, and you have Moist, all in the lower matches, the elimination matches of 1 and 2. So this round 4 there's going to be so much major critical action that's going on, and it's unexpected. We did not expect to see these teams down there in those lower matches in round 4.
Yeah.
What's tight for Quadrant is the fact that they go in today knowing that they could already be clinched for Rotterdam, and now they're going into round 4 elimination potentially.
Oh man,
This is scary.
This is
scary. I mean,
this is classic Europe. Thank you, Europe, for
Turtle,
providing
when you
us
said it was like
entertainment.
it was crazy, I feel like this is just the normal.
I gotta.
Europe.
It's the depth is there, man. The depth is certainly there, and this is the last series too in round 3 of the Swiss stage. So far, I mean, we haven't really had to talk too much about what's in front of us because G1 are absolutely destroying Monkeys. They're stuck on the offense.
Which doesn't surprise me. I mean, a matchup like this, G1, you know what they can do on offense.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me that they should win. What surprises me more is that it's in a game 5. I mean, Monkeys are no slouch, but G1 definitely would have my favor.
And G1 is one of those teams people were expecting to be in major contention, and they're doing the job right now.
Yeah.
If they can close this out and move to that 2-1 match, they're really setting themselves up in a great spot to break through into this top 5, which has been in turmoil. You know, just seeing some of these other results, these other teams with, 3 out of the top 5 teams in points, sitting down there in those lower matches. This is prime ground for G1, who put it to another goal away, and it feels like they are gonna secure this series.
Yeah. Now, I'm wondering what matchups we get now in round 4 lowers, because we have the potential. I'm not sure, how it's going to pan out or what we're going to see, of course, but we have the potential for, a BDS, Moist, Tundra is getting thrown in the equation. And this is for Rotterdam. Like, this is the last regional. This is the last chance you have as a team to make it to the major. It's so important. This is what they've been fighting for all split long league.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't want to be in their shoes. I mean,
Nope.
knowing that the region could be this close, and then the amount of pressure that's on every single one of these teams to not slip up, make one small mistake that could, ruin it for you and your teammates is like, that's so much pressure I do not want to have.
Yeah. But for G1, I mean, they could make several mistakes. They are destroying 3-0 in game 5. They got the ice in this series. It looks like they're going to take it unless we see something ridiculous. I don't think it's going to happen personally.
Let's see if you have the worst caster curse that ever happened.
There's literally no way. I'm going to say it. I'm going to double down.
You put it.
All right. There is no way that Monkeys can come back, bro. I'm not believing it. Literally what we've been seeing for the past 4.5 minutes has been G1 in offense. Literally driving circles around Monkeys. There's no way. There's no way.
Maybe there's a way.
Don't even try and bait me into this leap. I know it's not going to happen, okay? I know. See? Thank you, Atomic. Thank you. That was it. That was all I needed. That one was safe. That one clear.
Yeah, that was it.
And but that's all the time melting off the clock. So this is going to be really interesting. Monkeys, this is the best case scenario, though, if you are going to lose, that you only lose that -1 game differential, because it sets you up for playing the teams that are performing a little bit worse in the Swiss stage. And so I think Heat is probably the one team that you're looking at all the teams down there. This is no disrespect to Heat, but the teams that are down there in those lower matches, that is the best draw. So we've already seen Moist play Heat today. So it's going to be interesting to see how these matchups line up.
Well, we will have those matchups on the other side of the break as things get tighter and tighter here in the European region on day 1 of the Fall Invitational. So do not go anywhere. More exciting Rocket League on the other side.
So we're approaching this regional not thinking about, oh, we have to make top 8 to qualify, or top 4 to be sure, oh, we need this team to do that. No, we're just coming to win. If we start thinking about the majors, nerves gonna come in, maybe we're gonna choke some games just because we're gonna think the whole game about like, oh, we have to win because we can be in the major now, etc. No, that's not us. We're just gonna come in to win.
In front of the box, wow, as Astral puts it in for goal number 2.
The competition for the Europe spot were really tough, even though we can see a lot of difference in the points, but it's just numbers, doesn't mean anything. It's just that, yeah, with some teams perform when they could and some teams didn't. And I feel like it's still the start of the season with all the roster move, and the whole EU teams are literally like 50% of the performance what they can do, so it will be even more tough for the next majors.
Early, and then speaking of Joyo, here he comes.
I mean, the 5 teams that will be in Rotterdam is KC, Quadrant, Oxygen. I hope us, BDS, will make the 5th seed because it's BDS. You cannot make them lose a major spot. Yeah, they did 2 top 8s, but it's the BDS regional, the next one, so there is no way they don't qualify.
Joyo could take over games with his mechanics alone. Speaking of mechanics, there's Rise with a double tap and Moister on the board.
Making the major for me is really important because last season I missed the 2 first one and it hurt a lot. So I wanna be there. I think it's gonna be a really good land and you don't wanna miss it. Of course, when you are in the spot like we are, where it's all in our hand, it's not that we have to overperform or something. So it will be really, really like bad to not make it. Like I'll feel so bad if I don't make it.
Target Astral gonna get the dunk and pass BK sailing, and Moist Esports strike first.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wild Wild West here in the European Fall Invitational Day 1. It is crazy out here. I'm Lee Fex, James Spot, Turtle joining me to talk about all the wildness. Or again, we say crazy, but James has made it clear, no, this is expected. This is what we're used to seeing from this region, and it is honestly pretty true. But at the same time, seeing teams like BDS, Quadrant, Moist all in the lower round in this round 4 is pretty wild. Let's look at that. Let's get that graphic up quick because we're going to be talking about this. Turtle, as I just said, it's wild seeing those logos down in that range there, especially with so many slots still in contention for Rotterdam.
Yeah, I mean, it's painful depending on who you're a fan of course. You know, Corp have already secured the major and have qualified in this Swiss stage. But for the rest of Europe, we're still wondering, what's going to happen? Can Quadrant finally get that series win that they need to secure it? Moist need, I believe, a top 4 to guarantee a spot without having to rely on other teams. Yeah, to clinch the major, to make it to Rotterdam. And there's so much more speculation on the line. We can only predict, we can only guess what's going to happen. And 9 times out of 10 times, we're going to be wrong, Leaf. That's just how it works.
That's part of the requirement to being an RLCS analyst. Is making sure you're not always right. Looking at the matchups here, reminder, by the way, we can't watch everything at once. So head on over to your team streams, support them, cheer them on, because right now they need it, especially in these lower rounds here. But head on over, support them. All these team streams are going on. But here we'll focus on one. But before we focus on that one, we'll be doing BDS Tundra. But Quadrant Moist is James huge too, because Quadrant came into today knowing they just had to clinch or win 2 to be able to clinch Rotterdam, and now they're sitting here potentially facing elimination. But Moist, not the hottest of days.
Yeah, and I mean, depending on how you look at it for Quadrant, it could be an opportunity. Moist is one of those teams that has pop-off potential, and if you can kind of, potentially poison the well for Moist and maybe put them in a situation where they don't make the major, that could be huge. But the risks are massive for Quadrant. They're going to want to be in control of their own destiny, and now it's coming down to the wire.
And a reminder, that Monkeys Heat match as well, loser of that out of contention for Rotterdam. But our focus is going to be on BDS versus Tundra. Both these teams in a situation where they're tied right now for points. So losing this is a massive, because this eliminates you from Rotterdam. Turtle, the pressure has to be immense.
I mean, it certainly is, especially for the reigning world champions. And, we know that these players have worked day in and day out, putting in the hours, putting in the work. We know the effort is there. Now is their chance. Today is their day to clutch up. And for the other side, Tundra, they're still trying to, of course, prove themselves and make a name for themselves. We just saw them come off of a clutch win against Aogiri, and it was very dependent on Cassio, which I think we all expected to be that guy who's threading the needle that we kept saying. But also Rizex was huge to get the proper touches, to get around a lot of defenders and have a lot of creativity with those individual touches. It was always to a teammate, Leaf. He was always finding anybody besides the opposition and keeping the possession forward for Tundra.
Well, chat, this is a big one. Let's get the fan vote going. Hashtag TON, hashtag BDS. Usually BDS would be a favorite in this, but of course they're in elimination situation right now, which means the day has not gone the best for them. Tundra also vying to make sure they stay alive. This elimination means no Rotterdam if you lose it. Analysts, what do we got here? Let me go. Put me in. Okay, put me in.
All right, listen. What you got? I'm gonna say it. BDS are gonna show up. BDS are gonna slap Tundra. I genuinely believe that. I liked a lot of what I saw from Tundra, but I still feel like there was just so many gaps. I mean, you think about the goals that Aogiri were scoring and the chances that they had, they were off their mark. The accuracy wasn't there. It's got to be BDS.
James?
Got to be BDS.
James,
I'm actually going to go Tundra here. I think we've been seeing BDS struggle And Tundra just came out of a match where they needed to be clutch, and they were. So I'm actually going to lead towards Tundra with an upset over BDS.
I don't want to predict this. I really don't want to predict this. I don't know. I feel like I've been hurt from BDS. I'm going Tundra too. They're coming off a win. BDS is coming off a loss right now.
You guys are insane.
I have to grasp onto something here but this is honestly potentially going to be a very close match, and chat thinks so as well. So regardless, this elimination is massive. It's going to be a good matchup, and I hope you two enjoy.
48% of chat, you're not invited to my birthday party. You just made it clear. I know who I'm inviting, James.
Too, I guess.
Yeah. You're not coming either, bro. No birthday cake for you.
Well, that's all right. I need to watch the calories.
You're just going to accept it like that? All right, cool, man. I see you didn't even want to go. It's whatever.
I've seen how you bake.
Man, that's just rude. I'm sure these teams would like to get this over with, even if they have to be rude and smack the other team down. Tundra, I understand why you guys are picking them. I truly understand it, but I don't find it reason enough to go against BDS, given their history as a team. They've always not been the most, I want to say, incredibly consistent. Like, they've been consistent to clutch out a lot of series wins, a lot of game wins. They've done it very scarcely, and it's been difficult for them, but they still get the dub when their backs are, of course, on the edge of the mountain. And I think they're going to do it again here today.
Well, I feel like this is that moment where their backs are on the edge. This is the moment of the split and potentially of the season.
Yeah,
they've always had that extra life, that extra opportunity to regain, to rebound, but this is it, Turtle. This is it for one of these teams, and it's hard to believe that Team BDS might not be at the major. And I picked Tundra. I was kind of expecting Leaf.
There we go.
And they're extra putting the first goal in. And that is solid for BDS, who has controlled the majority of this game. But I was expecting both you guys to kind of go BDS, and I didn't want to disrespect Tundra, who's always been underestimated.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I feel like Casio, his entire career, no matter the team this man's on, everybody underestimates him. And he has to keep proving people wrong, and he's going to have to do that again in this series. And that first goal went the way I expected this series to go. There was just so much space from the previous series we casted with Tundra against Aogiri, where I was baffled that Aogiri wasn't getting more goals, wasn't being more precise. The shots that they were missing weren't even too difficult. And I just think BDS have that ice, that accuracy, and they're going to prove it right here again, unless Raziers comes out, and he does with the save.
Oh, that was a big-time save. I was expecting that to be another goal for Team BDS, and huge save there. Now pass out to Extra. Extra getting around it. First touch. Goes for the pinch pass out to the middle. Nothing comes of it. You're seeing the setup from Team BDS. They are parked on the perimeter.
Parked on the perimeter indeed, taking the boost. Bumping Casio in this instance, Monkey Moon got a piece of him and might lead to some extra space. Rizex, big demo. And I think the only world I see a Tundra win is if Rizex steps up alongside Casio. Rizex with those passes, those touches from the corners, off the backboard. He came at a time where nobody expected him to. And speaking of nobody expecting it, here's a nice little touch from Monkey Moon over to the left side. Clean gameplay from BDS, but they're only up 1 goal. They don't have any safety net.
And then while as painful as it must be for these 2 5 seeds who are tied in points to match up, it's also the big opportunity to eliminate that biggest competition, that biggest threat that's trying to vie for that major spot. So as hard as this series must be, it's also a great opportunity.
Yeah. Kind of got to rip the Band-Aid off with this one. BDS would love to eliminate the competition as much as possible. And a slower gameplay, nothing too speedy has come out, I'd say, from either side. More opportunities going in favor of BDS, sitting on 8 shots compared to Tundra's 3, but Tundra have had a couple of chances, and they'll get another one here from Casio. If he can get the double tap, he does find it. Casio by himself.
But I mean, look at the little drop down pass from Rizex. Turtle, you said it was those two you were keeping your eye on, and Casio, and he gives the flip reset a look for a split split second. And that's enough to keep the defense down. And as soon as he realized that, oh, I can go for this double tap, they're leaving me the space, he went for it, no hesitation. Perfect execution. What a play there from Cassio.
That was massive, and maybe another opportunity. Seiko can't get the 50-50 win. He had to muscle it out off the goal line, and at the end of the day, I guess he just hasn't been hitting the gym enough.
Goes from bad to worse for BDS. They drop the weights. Lunk alarm goes off, they're booted off the field.
I'm not gonna fold my pick yet, James, okay? Give me, after game 2, I might be asking to go to the other side, but so far...
All right, the game's not even over yet. The game, and we're seeing the pressure from BDS.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm totally not worried at all. You can tell, right? You can tell I'm totally not worried at all for BDS.
I mean, I can tell you're worried, but whether it's warranted or not, it's another discussion. Cassio trying to clear out a miss from Seiko. Awkward ball for Monkey Moon, but Seiko does get a bump on the way out. Rizex really
big miss.
Missed, and Monkey Moon will score it. That little bump from Seiko was enough.
Yeah, Razier's got knocked out the way, and then Rizex was the one who was forced to go up for the challenge when previously it was going to be Razier's. Rizex can't get the read, and it was a weird, awkward bounce, but you still expect him to come out for that touch.
At least getting a piece of it, that one.
Yeah,
not even
just anything.
Not even close. But perhaps that's the nerves. There is so much riding on this series, Turtle. A month to work leading to this
day
moment.
One. This is just day one, folks. We've got ridiculous regional in store. The Invitational has certainly exceeded our expectations. 10 seconds left, though. All tied up. Looking for a counterattack is BDS. Seiko, good control off the backboard. The double tap setup for Monkey Moon. And they find it. BDS, 1 second left. And they are clutch as can be.
And you saw the danger as soon as Monkey Moon tipped it to a Seiko, who has boost, who has open field. You knew something was going to happen.
Can't give up that space. And you can't let this ball drop, but they do. Team BDS, game 1. Narrowly escaping with the win, but they got the dub, and that's all that's going to be seen at the end of the day.
And Leaf, I mean, to lose the lead late and to gain it back in those final seconds, that's going to be such a boon for Team BDS.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we would normally expect from the roster, and being able to prove that to yourselves, prove that to your fans, it's definitely something that gives you that extra boost you need. But I want to mention that these lower rounds are close across the board. We just finished in overtime with Quadrant Moist, with Moist winning in 2:15. Wow. That was game 1. Super close. With Monkeys, Heat did take game 1, but we're within 1 goal in the next game. So extremely close across the board on these eliminations. And I expect that too. It's possible to see teams play a little more reserved once they know that something like this is on the line. And if both teams do that on the field, you can get really close, low-scoring matches.
I mean, how can you not play reserved with what's on the line, what's at stake for these teams? Makes sense. BDS, I don't necessarily think their play style was reserved, but I definitely think they're holding back a little bit, and the same can be said for Tundra, and of course for the rest of the region. Maybe they get more comfortable as the series goes on.
Seiko, the backboard will clear it up to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon towards net. Tipped off to the side, and Raziers will pop it up. BDS, they had early pressure in game 1. They had lots of possession. And now it's starting out in their favor again. This 50 from Seiko, trying to bully it through. Extra wrapping around the ball. Wanted the 50, but Rizex with a fast challenge shut that play down. Now backward bounce. Cassio!
Wow.
What happened here, Turtle?
Well, for me, it was the speed of this challenge right here. You see Cassio dusting Seiko, and then Monkey Moon not getting the proper flip.
He messed up his wave dash, it looked like.
And that is one simple mistake, not getting the wave dash and not having enough speed to even get a piece of the challenge. You're giving up a free goal.
If Monkey Moon lands that wave dash, he's probably going to cut off that backward bounce.
I mean, I wish we could go back and see if he had any boost, because you're not even sure if he needed to go for the wave dash. Seiko needed to go for the shot, and he finds his mark. Monkey Moon, good 50-50, and that setup was free for Seiko.
Now, well done there from BDS, and I think the storyline or the theme of this series so far has been BDS, when they look down, proving that they're not out.
Yeah.
Game 1, exactly that. Then here they give up that goal and get an immediate response. This looks like the BDS of old.
Yeah, well, and they're forced to be resilient. Casio bullies Monkey Moon, who's just under fire. He's making the mistake previously. Seiko
There's the
also
demo at midfield.
got demoed. Monkey Moon got demoed. Seiko spawns on the right pitch, or right side of the pitch, just to see it go in. Oh, that's a tough one to give up.
Back-to-back demos there for Tundra. Extra, trying to slow it down into a dribble.
That might be the worst feeling, is getting demoed and then spawning just in time to see the ball float into your net.
Well, especially because, you know, in the past, I don't know when it changed, Turtle, but you used to be able to use your right joystick to look around when you were demoed. You used to be able to do that. Now, when you get demoed, your camera's locked.
Yep. You just
so you're
there.
just stuck looking and you're wondering
Yeah.
where that ball is.
We've even seen players when we're at LANs or even here in these regionals where you can see the face cams. The player will get demoed and then look over to their teammate's screen to see what's going on. And seeing strategies like that come out has been interesting. But
well, it also helps too, because if you know if the ball's coming at your net, if it's a lob, you know how you're going to have to react. Whereas, you know, online, if you don't see your teammate's screen, you're just waiting. And now we see a bump on the other end, a post bounce, and a goal from Seiko.
Oh, this was really great awareness from Seiko, because he goes up, he gets the bump, and a lot of players would have left this ball. Seiko recovers, lands right away, jumps into the air instantaneously without hesitation, and can get the follow-up. If he left that for, I believe it was Monkey Moon behind him, might not have been enough time, because that third man rotating back on the goal line could have found the pre-jump save.
Seiko, I don't know what that was. Team BDS, they keep losing the lead and fighting back. Monkey Moon down to Seiko. Seiko with a blast, and now Extra going for a backboard pass, but it bounces out to Casino, who actually missed. And Monkey Moon will find Extra, who got the corner. First touch control, flick pass down, but that play ended in the counterattack for Tundra's on. Monkey Moon dribbling into the cross net. That's always risky, but it worked out.
Oh, Seiko, the pre-jump, and wow, Casio didn't even bite on that challenge. He just waited on the backboard, regardless of if Seiko was pre-jumping or not. He's not moving. You're not going to be able to draw him in that easily.
Casio going downfield, wants the pinch, landed a little bit low, but it finds its way out to Rizek. Almost tipped off Casio. That might have beat the defense. Monkey Moon out of boost. But got that steal. Now turns back into the play. Monkey Moon with Seiko. Trying to do a point blank pass, but nothing came of it. Now double commit from BDS, but it still might work out. Extra needs to get a good 50 and does so. Caught into the dribble by Raziers. Past Seiko, and oh, he missed the mid boost, but didn't need it. Launched the flick. But you saw him, he had to pull the trigger quick after missing that mid boost.
Yeah, who knows what would have happened if he did find it. Would have been able to bait out the defender a little bit more and maybe gotten closer to the net for a better look. Seiko is looking himself for some demos. Monkey Moon's not in the best position. He's the last man back, and he overextended. Monkey Moon's got to find a better touch, and he can't come up with it.
Monkey Moon jumping a little bit too early and missed on the trajectory. It is a really difficult spot to be in to get a touch like that. And I mean, that one's gonna have to take, you're gonna have to take another look at that one in the replay to realize what the best path on that ball would be. But regardless, that one is gonna hurt for Monkey Moon and Team BDS, who find themselves trailing again, but they did last game as well and found a way. Will they be able to do it again, or will Tundra tie up the series at one apiece?
Looks like the nerves might be getting to BDS. Trying to fight for a spot for Rotterdam. 17 on the clock. 1 goal needed. BDS, like you said, they have done this before, but they have to come out clutch again. Flip reset opportunity for Seiko. Doesn't end up having any time or any space, and neither does Extra. A good 50-50 win. The ball is kept up, but Casio all by himself. 1 big 50 win. And somehow we're still in the air, James, while this ball does not want to hit the ground.
And it still might not. Extra ready for that fake.
Here we go.
Boost it up. We'll get back to the ball as well. Monkey Moon waiting. Seiko up first. The shot. Grizex controls it, and Extra keeps this ball in play and pops it. Still to the ball. Back to Seiko. Seiko back up. Monkey Moon going for the tip. It's tipped by Casio. And that's enough of it to make sure that ball gets away from Team BDS, and Tundra tie it up.
They fought back. 1-1, all tied up. Leaf, are there any other series that are still just as close as this one?
Yes. First off, though, I got to say how exciting it is to watch teams play at 0 seconds, because it's a completely different game. Like, you have to just so impressive. I love it.
The ground is lava.
Yeah, just the
Only
way
for the ball
changes because of the fakes coming in. Either way, yes, across the board, these lower rounds still close. Vitality, though, in the high matches, they're at match point against Williams Resolve. G1 at match point against Solary. And then down here, we have Monkeys and Heat going 1-1. They're in game 3 right now. We also have Quadrant and Moist going, I believe, 1-1 going into their game 3. Yeah. So across the board, these teams are feeling the pressure. It's tied up for all of these games going into round 3. Yeah, no, it's going to be close across the board. You know, as I said, even if we don't see it yet or at all, the potential for making a mistake can make you so scared on the sticks.
How I feel pretty much every ranked game. I cannot imagine when you have a trip to the major, thousands of dollars on the line, points and prospective spots of the World Championship at the end of the year.
Yep.
That amount of pressure, it can break you.
It doesn't look like it's broken any particular team quite yet, at least in the lower matches. Every single round 4 lower matchup is all tied up 1-1. 2 players cross paths on the same team. That is Tundra, which means the net is vulnerable, but I guess not vulnerable enough because Extra's not able to find the shot. Casio might be able to find it himself, and gone both sides, and both sides themselves have gone for that weird cross paths play where nobody gets a touch and double commit comes out.
It has been a little bit sloppy to start this game out. There's a bump attempt from Casio. Extra trying to handbrake around that one. Now a hit downfield. Monkey Moon will leave it for Seiko, who also grabs the corner. Solo play chance. Off the ceiling now, down to Monkey Moon, the 50. Seiko center ball. The bump attempt was so close, but Casio able to dodge it just enough and get the save.
He dodged the bump, then found the pre-jump save. What more do you want from a defender? Casio playing a perfect game in game number 3. He's probably going to need to keep up that performance against BDS, who continue to put and hammer shots on the net.
Oh, and Seiko even reading that last little touch. Seiko has been consistent for Team BDS. Monkey Moon lobbing it upfield. High clear. Seiko missed the ball, and that's going to give space to Casio, who gets a tip. Monkey Moon will hit it off to the sideline, and a nice double tap to get it out of the zone for Monkey Moon. Now double commit, Monkey and Seiko both go, and that's a big win. Casio, he's got a wide open, but he doesn't make contact with the ball. You saw he was low boost. And Team BDS get away with one there.
Oh, an Extra. He was trying to be aggressive to save his team. Then he didn't find a challenge. Casio, no boost, which means, in turn, no shot. Remained tied up in game 3. I think both sides have certainly had some mistakes and issues in their own regard, but nobody else has been able to punish a sloppy game that makes it all the more tense.
Monkey Moon is last back. Will try to take it up the wall, and that's great speed.
Ooh.
Monkey Moon playing Tundra like a fiddle at the midfield. Now on the other end, backward pass, Monkey Moon. Now Seiko
To the
infield
midfield.
pass to Extra, and Raziers blocks out the angle. Gonna go for net. Monkey Moon will make the save. Raziers staying on the wall. Back to the center. Seiko taking it into an air dribble. And that was a fantastic series of events for Raziers, but BDS are even better.
Oh, Seiko going up in the air from his own defensive end. Air dribbles, then sets up the with reset pass into the midfield. Seiko has done so much work in this game individually, and he's just proven why he is the star of this roster. He might come up clutch again. Musty flick over one. And that's what BDS needed. Some type of individual performance. And how are you going to fight off against Tundra? They don't have the individual performance, but they're working as a unit instead.
Raziers, he's been doing work as well. You saw Monkey Moon jump. Seiko also pre-jumped expecting a high shot, but the low shot was exactly what was needed, and it barely squeaks its way through. This has been a scrappy game, Turtle. It has not been pretty.
Not pretty indeed. That's what makes
But
it
it
more
is-
entertaining. I mean, who's going to be able to punish?
Exactly. You can just tell how tense the situation is.
Ooh, over one. Seiko has had so many solo air dribbles. He went for a fake against Rizex and Extra. Knew exactly how that play was going to develop.
my
They're still
goodness.
trying to get better 50-50s. Tundra, they are so resilient. You can't get through them no matter the 50-50 or how much boost you got in the tank.
Now triple commit from BDS. Will it get punished? No. Monkey Moon will take over possession. Flip reset pinch. It's saved. How did that get saved? Rizex.
What's going on, James? What is this defense from Tundra?
Golly. Do they have more in them, Turtle? That's the question. A miss from Casio, but Monkey Moon went for the pass anyway. Now Seiko off the sidewall to Extra. Bouncing high off the corner. Extra trying to bump Casio, but Casio dodged it. Seiko, double tap ball. Going for it again.
Seiko.
Field to Extra. It's a nice bounce. Low boost for Casio in net. Raziers and Rizex both jump. Possession back to BDS, but it's launched downfield. Seiko with the block, and Casio will happily take overtime.
The most impressive thing for me when it comes to this Tundra defense is the fact that they're getting demoed and boost starved like crazy. I mean, think about who's had more possession. BDS have been glued to the half of Tundra, and they're still coming out with these saves. They get bumped, they get smacked out the way, the boost gets robbed, and they're still in the position to get that save, make the clutch 50-50, and hold off against Team BDS. What more are you going to throw at them that will break them down? It seems like nothing can get through.
Ooh, Raziers with the second effort save. Tundra, you called it, Turtle. Been stuck back with low boost. Now another
gotta be
infield
it.
pass, and it's Extra who claims the game. Both goals coming from Extra. And this was a standout pass from Monkey Moon.
Yep. What's going to get through? Well, the answer is a big 50-50 win from Monkey Moon in the corner. And then like a lightning bolt, the speed comes out from the corner and he can push that ball into the midfield with a pre-flip touch. Huge performance from Monkey Moon by himself.
Unreal amount of shots.
That's what I've noticed too. 10 shots from Monkey Moon alone? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was 18 shots for Team BDS to just 4 of Tundra.
I know.
That was an anomaly.
Come on, bro. Well, that defense was an anomaly from Tundra. I don't know how they held on for so long. Absolutely phenomenal that we're getting these games. As you guys were mentioning, I think sometimes seeing those scrappy games when there's something on the line, it just is. There's something exciting about that kind of Rocket League. Just to get it out of the way here on the high matches, Vitality 3-0 over Williams Resolve, so they push on through. G1 3-0 over Solary, so they push on through.
Okay.
Solary's hot streak finish out. We have Team Liquid and Oxygen facing off right now against each other as Oxygen takes game 3 to put themselves at match point. Moist on match point against Quadrant right now, and they're up 2 goals in the first 30 seconds of game 4. So yeah, Quadrant coming into the day with potentially a clinch on their hands, looking to be knocked out.
And that's nuts because Quadrant, they had, you know, their future, their destiny in their own control. They had to win 2 series, and that might just get swiped from their hands due to Moist coming back in the day, and weird rotations, little goofy plays coming out from BDS. It has worked out to create some possession, and they're still up in the half of Tundra. Do we get that same defense from Tundra? I mean, obviously, because of last game and what we saw, it's not enough, James. You've got to be able to transition.
Yeah, they're going to need to generate some offense. BDS has been rocking possession, and Seiko has had free reign over the air. We've seen him take the ball into an air dribble with tons of boost multiple times, and it hurts Tundra. You saw him get that flip reset pass down to Extra last game.
Yeah.
Seiko finding that space. Now Extra, another rip. And it goes down to the other end. Monkey Moon has to buy time. Got enough of it for his teammates to get back in rotation.
And if I may interrupt real quick, I do want to let you know Monkeys have just taken Heat out. So Heat's journey will end there.
Oh. Goodbye to Heat. Sent home early on in this game, Cassio getting the first goal. This is what Tundra needed to get back into the series. The first goal, finding their groove, getting in rhythm.
And Raziers has been fantastic for Tundra. Getting into those corners, digging the ball out and getting it into the mid. Now kickoff goal! Back-to-back demos, but the shot already came through.
Oh, this is going to be a doozy to watch again. One demo comes through on the play, then Extra is going to take out the shooter, but it's too late because Rizex was able to sneak away with one quick touch right before chaos ensued. That's a real quick game, or excuse me, a real quick goal for Tundra. BDS, maybe they got too confident. Maybe they didn't expect Tundra to keep fighting and holding on. Not sure what previously had in store coming into match point. Maybe they just wanted to hold on and hope for some mistakes. But Tundra, they're not making those mistakes. They're creating some mistakes and forcing opportunities out from your own defense.
And really, on kickoffs, it's the only set piece that you have in Rocket League. Sometimes they can just go poorly. So that time, it benefits Tundra. Let's see how Team BDS respond. So far, they've been quite good in these situations. Miss there from Cassio, but he'll stay on the play. Monkey Moon, a high pop. Raziers, flip reset. Went for the 50, but Cassio steps in to help anyway. There's a 50 back out to the middle. Rizex all the way back. Monkey Moon will get the pass back.
Nice.
Seiko stealing to Extra. But Rizex with a block, and now it's a
That's
foot
everybody.
race. No boost for Rizex. He goes for the fake, but Monkey Moon didn't buy it. And Monkey Moon
down the
goes
other
for
end.
net. That one's going to be saved.
Oh man, Rizex. I don't even know if that was a fake. That looked so awkward. I don't think he had much boost in the tank.
He had a teammate behind him, so I don't, whether it was a side flip or a fake, you know, if you're trying to get Monkey Moon to flip into the path, if Monkey Moon dives, then the net's wide open, and there was another Tundra player right behind that attacker.
But even then, it feels like a 50-50 would be the better option. And for Raziers, the best option for this man is to keep it to himself and style on the BDS defense.
And you saw him get the first touch and then flip out to the ball, cradling it and bringing it to the net. Raziers stepping up this series for Tundra.
Hello, Tundra. Welcome back to the series. Looks like we might get a Game 5, a juicy Game 5 indeed. Seiko, he has been going for more and more air dribbles, but what I've noticed is the challenge from Tundra has been much earlier. They're anticipating when a player from Team BDS are going to go for that solo option. They're making sure to send somebody there quickly.
Now another double commit from BDS. Rizex, did he get the flip? Yes, he did. Seiko, up the wall, 15 boost. Has to get rid of it. but now that's going to put him in a tough defensive spot. Monkey Moon putting the ball back in play. Cassio up to Rizek. Rizek flip reset, push it to the corner. Extra got the boost, but Rizek trying to pass it back, making things awkward for BDS. Raziers wins the ball at the midfield. Flip reset from Raziers. Wave dash shot to the middle, blocked out by Seiko. And now Extra right behind Seiko on empty. Things looking tough for BDS.
Yeah, Extra was on empty. He found the midfield boost, but even that's not enough. Monkey Moon, he can't even break away by himself because he's getting bullied and punched out the way. Seiko, a pinch clear off his own backboard. 30 seconds on the clock. It doesn't feel like there's enough time. They've got to score right here, right now, and they do. Monkey Moon, one clear from his own side, and it's lobbed all the way to the top corner.
And Cassio was just waiting at the midfield, hoping that that mid boost spawned, and it never did. And he was one small pad short of making that save. A long-range shot, and that keeps things in the realm of possibility for Team BDS. Seiko blocked out by Rizex. Now low challenge from Extra. And that is a massive block. Monkey Moon over to Seiko, and that one just off target. And Turtle, you feel like if BDS possibly could have won it, that shot needed to go in.
That had to have the accuracy necessary to find and break through the defense. BDS unfortunately don't get it, but we, as fans of Rocket League, fortunately enough, are going to go the distance, and we are going to head to game number 5.
Leaf, what do you think?
Come on, bro. We left you that space. You're supposed to hit us with the facts.
I was still trying to get all the facts.
And come on, dude. We hit you with the space. You're supposed to come in here with the craziest upset of my life.
Leaf is stuck out of rotation with no boost.
This is ridiculous.
the goal. We're like, where's the shot?
I'm about to call him Cassio.
I got an ego. I want to hear my name next time, okay?
Okay.
Leaf, you got it?
Leaf X, ladies and gentlemen.
So we have some matchups finished here. Oxygen Liquid still going on in their high matches. I told you about the Monkeys team beating the Heat team, and then we have Quadrant Moist. Drum roll. Quadrant is done. They were not able to take things into their own hands and clinch during Bliss. Moist will move on to that next round 5. So Quadrant now just has to watch from the sidelines.
So that's what this entails. So Quadrant are not obviously
they've got 24
major
points. They still have a very good chance at making.
But they have to watch. They have to sit in their living room and watch this unfold. And if they've seen what's happening in the Swiss stage, they know their spot is not guaranteed.
Yeah, it's again, the stats say 99% chance they'll make it, but
99.
That's still a 1% chance. And from what we've seen, that could still end up happening. So it's always better to take it in your own hands. So, but that is the story, and that's it. That is all the information I have for you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you very much. Now we know to introduce him back in. You know, he just likes hearing his name. I understand it. I respect it. I'm sure BDS would like to hear their name shouted at the end of this series, saying that they took the dub, and so would Tundra. However, only one team can move on. It has been a nail-biter of a series, back and forth game. Solo plays from BDS, team plays from Tundra, defense from Tundra. Awkward double commits, but this is where it all comes down to game number 5. And a big demo, this might be it, the first goal. Tundra, they create some fireworks with those demos and get the first goal.
And Monkey Moon, a panicked hit, and Raziers saw it the whole way. Raziers, who's been the MVP for Tundra this series, scores a big-time goal there. Impact play from Raziers. BDS, the defending world champions, up against a Tundra team many people didn't have in the top 8. They find a way to respond, and it's been Extra all series long, putting these goals in for Team BDS, and he does it again.
And it's been the duo. It's not just Extra, James. It's Seiko coming through with an air dribble, getting past 1, sometimes even 2 defenders, and then he finds Extra lurking in the midfield, hiding in the shadows to put a bullet on net. And an early response was needed for BDS. You know how important it is in Rocket League, especially in competitive Rocket League. Scoring first has so much implications on who's going to take the win. So responding that quickly can alleviate that pressure.
BDS wishing some of that pressure would alleviate, but the stakes of this game are immense. Both of these teams tied in points, in fifth. Only 5 spots available for the Rotterdam Major. One of them will have their hopes dashed here on Champions Field.
And it might just be the reigning world champs. Seiko, nice touch into the corner. Hoping to get a mistake, force something out of Tundra, but with how their defense has been during this series, doesn't seem likely, but you never know what can happen. That's this pressure, game 5, what's on the line. Teams can fold or step up to the challenge.
What a read from Extra down to Monkey Moon, but Cassio blocking the lane. Extra, he's been playing Inspired Rocket League. Gave BDS a chance there. Now Monkey Moon will hit it down. Razier's playing deep. Will now move up. It's a tip back to the middle. Seiko over to the sideline. Immediate shot will be blocked. Monkey Moon and Extra both covering that same space. That's going to give some of that space to Rizex. Now a demo by Cassio. Cassio corner pass. Rizex off the backboard. Razier's tons of time. Will try to get a light first touch, but it got away from him. Now the counterattack is on. Seiko high. Cassio with a tip over to his corner. That was a crazy looking touch from Cassio.
At first I thought maybe we're getting an own goal. It looked like he was double tapping it into his own net, but a double tap into his own corner works out. BDS haven't looked the most organized, James. We've seen a lot of double commits in game 5, but it hasn't cost them too much, seeing as they're still tied up. Tundra unable to punish. Maybe they don't want to overextend. But for BDS, that communication has got to be picked up. I'm not seeing the cleanest gameplay from them. And with what's at stake and who they're up against, they need to show up with those comms and get spaced out on this field.
Seiko leaving it to Rizex. Cassio up against Extra. It's a little hit. Razier's playing so deep. He's so conservative. Will that help Tundra or will it hurt him? Right now you can see how careful Tundra is being.
It's an interesting play style. They don't have the lead. I'm not sure if being this careful and precautious is the move, because you don't want to set up a player like Seiko who's been air dribbling it right into the hands of Extra.
Wow.
Big save, big clear from BDS, and a 1v1 chance for Extra doesn't come up clutch, but BDS have a chance to keep possession, but denied by Rizex.
Rizex, excellent effort. Extra, little top around one. Backward
backboard.
pass. This
Extra's
could be it for BDS, but Rizex with the wraparound save. And now it's cleared out. Tundra's defense, they hold strong.
They found the pre-jump save. They read the play well, but not too well, because Seiko might end things with a double tap from the heavens, and Monkey Moon another stab at it. It's a fake, and it works out because Extra in position to punish. Everybody was flying at the net, left and right. Monkey Moon a double tap, Seiko a double tap, and Extra. No double tap for him, but a shot on net.
Raw panic on the goal line from Tundra, all because of Seiko. Getting it into that air dribble. You even saw him using air roll to push the ball out a little bit further to even have space to go for the double tap. And now the bounce down.
Oh, another one.
Goal for Seiko and BDS. It seems like they've done enough.
Seiko leading this battle through the offense by himself. He created the opportunity for the winning goal, and now he creates an opportunity to get some security. 12 seconds remaining, and then another big clear for Seiko. This man can't do any wrong in game 5. 5 seconds left. No chance for Tundra. This ball is gonna hit the ground, and BDS secure this win and keep their hopes for Rotterdam alive.
BDS, they did it. They did it, and we were wrong, Leaf.
Oh, man. That's not even a confident win. That's not even a confident win for me, bro. That's terrifying. That was a terrifying win, but they still did it.
That was
Leaf's
unreal.
muted.
So
Leaf's
Leaf,
phone unmuted.
yeah, Leaf. Are you back?
I'm all over the place today, I suppose. I'm blown away by the matches we're seeing today because like this. Why did we doubt them?
Yep.
You know, we shouldn't have doubted BDS. We almost had like one goal away from BDS missing their first major since they've started dominating Europe. They come off a world championship, and then this happens. So the question though is, you see this win as BDS. Are you happy still though? Because it feels like they shouldn't be this close to being eliminated from the major.
I definitely don't think this is a win where you're like, okay, BDS are back in their form. They found their footing. But this is at least proof that they can still remain, you know, as one of the best in Europe and show up even on a day that hasn't necessarily been that fruitful for them. They haven't shown classic BDS signs that we normally see. But Seiko, that man, when everything goes flying out the window, he's still inside playing games and showing up on the field because he was the main reason they took that dub.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Europe is delivering on some exciting Rocket League. That is something that nobody can deny. We have one more round of the Swiss stage here at the European Fall Invitational, where things are still coming down to the wire on our road to Rotterdam. So please do not go anywhere.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life in the
Welcome back as we continue on in the RLCS of the European Fall Invitational. Spots for Rotterdam still alive for teams, but it comes down to the wire. 5th round of Swiss. Eliminations mean a lot for a lot of these teams. I'm Leaf, James, and Turtle joining me to break down and then finally get into and see what happens here, Turtle.
Please hold me. I am terrified.
Grab my hand.
This is terrifying. Okay, like I'm not even joking. This is coming down to the most ridiculous odds, the ridiculous standings, and now we've got even more elimination matches.
They're coming our way here in a few minutes. Again, we come down to our final 6 teams, James Spot. As you know, you don't want to be in this spot. You want to have had your day done with already.
Yeah, I mean, of course. And for Team BDS, they're going up against a really tough team in Liquid and also a team that is gunning for their spot. Team BDS, they're the most vulnerable team out of all those teams hanging out in the top 5. But Team BDS, to their credit, just took down Tundra, who was tied for them at 5th place with 15 points. So Team BDS, they've had their back to the precipice and they were able to fend that off, but they've got another round of action to go.
A reminder that we have our team stream still going on. Obviously, there's a lot less now as we only have 3 matches to be played. So make sure you go support your teams because they're going to need it for this final round. Because Turtle, as we come down to this final point here, elimination for some of these teams means the end of their journey.
I have never missed Gibbs so much in my entire life. Okay, listen. All right, I'm going to try and explain this as best as I can. Okay,
I believe.
So for Moist and BDS, those 2 teams are not eliminated immediately if they lose here. They are not eliminated immediately. However, Liquid, Monkeys, Resolve, and Solary, if they lose, they are completely knocked out of clinching the major or securing a spot. For BDS, if they lose here, it will only eliminate them if they move on and Evil Geniuses play Liquid in quarters, okay? There's so much on the line. But what you have to remember, Moist and BDS, they're not completely out, Leaf. They're not done yet. But if you're Liquid, Monkeys, Resolve, or Solary, you better hope, you better pray that you can get a win streak going on. Otherwise, these points, it doesn't even matter. There's no chance of making it to Rotterdam.
It's just interesting that matchup, and we'll talk about it now because that's the one we're going to be showcasing. BDS and Team Liquid. The even if BDS win here, the possibility of them not still making it, they could both that's so chaotic to go into this matchup knowing that, Turtle.
That's the main thing is like I was saying, you know, BDS, if they lose here, they're not immediately eliminated. And the key word is immediately. There's still a chance later down, obviously, that they could be, okay? But the main thing that you have to remember at the end of the day, it's as old as Rocket League itself. Just take the dub. Just make things easier for yourself. Take the dub. That's all you gotta do. Smack Liquid, or if you're Liquid, you gotta smack Team BDS. Take their spot. Snipe it from them. That's what you gotta focus on at the end of the day. Who cares about points? Who cares about scenarios? Focus on this matchup right now. Stay in the present and try and secure that dub and give yourself the best chance possible.
Well, James, just looking at the match, it feels like TL might edge them out a little bit on offense here, but at this point, I really feel like the numbers aren't going to mean much when you come down to a round 5 elimination to a major situation. It just comes down to potentially just one single solo play that can change it all. So I don't know if there's really an edge for either one of these teams.
Yeah, and I think the one positive for BDS from what we saw last year is was Extra was placing his shots really well, and Seiko was ice cold on the mechanics, even when it was a dire situation. Yeah. Team Liquid, they're a team that we've seen though in the past. They have incredible ability. I think a lot of people expect them to maybe perform better than they have been, especially since they made it to a major last year, showing everybody what they're capable of. And so this is going to be a really tough matchup. And to make things worse too for BDS, like Turtle said, if we see a Team Liquid EG matchup in the quarterfinals, it's just done for BDS. It's over then and there. And EG already through. Whoever comes in the 7th seed spot will be playing EG. And so Team Liquid, that's something to be keeping an eye on. So keep your eyes on the records of all the teams throughout this last round to see where they end up, because if that happens, it's just over for Team BDS.
Hold on,
so
I gotta get chat involved here, James. I gotta get chat involved. We got the matchup coming up here. So
Let's
chat,
get him in.
Start spamming away here. Let's get ours on the board here. James, finish your point here while you tell us who you think's gonna take this.
I think BDS is gonna do it. They show that they have the ice, and I expect Seiko to step up once more.
Turtle.
Oh man, I wanna go on a rant, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna say Team BDS take it.
I don't.
We don't have
I think Team Liquid takes this. I don't know. I just feel like the matchups they've gone through.
That's a fair pick.
Yeah, I think the matchups they've gone through on this, I think they can end up having the edge over BDS. I mean, BDS we've seen play hotter before. You're absolutely right. Seiko's been absolutely cold out there on the field. Could end up being a problem, but when it comes down to the wire like this, I feel like TL's got they've got the talented players to get it done. And Chat doesn't know what to do either. So close in the matchup, but they think BDS might not come out victorious on this. Either way, elimination for Team Liquid, James, means they're done. Elimination for BDS here means they might be done.
Yeah, it's all about how that cookie crumbles. If BDS ends up falling, talk about crumbling.
Oh man,
Atal getting 2 early demos.
I mean, you win a world championship, James, and there's still no security. That's how close this region is, and honestly, any region in Rocket League. And I'm not saying that BDS have been slacking by any means. The competition is just that tight and competitive, and that's what you love to see. You love to see any team have the chance, any underdog have what it takes to show up. And now we're gonna need to see one of these teams show up and prove themselves. BDS were able to do that off the hard work of Seiko and the precision from Extra. Now, if Monkey Moon gets involved, you never know what can happen and how this series can transform.
And that was a very aggressive play, but now a counter demo. 2v1 Monkey Moon last back, dodges the bump, gets the touch, but the rebound, it is saved by Extra. Bounced off the crossbar and went out. Credit to Monkey Moon, though, for getting that first touch. Seemed like a hopeless situation.
Yeah, needed to find it. Otherwise, the Chronic would have had the first goal of the series. But now we are still 0-0 double commit. And I've seen that a lot from BDS. It is weird seeing this amount of double commits from BDS and how disorganized they have been. Like, that's what I was gonna go on a rant about if we had the time when we were doing our predictions, was just that I'm so unconfident right now in the BDS defense. Like, we've seen spectacular movement on offense, but they seem so disorganized on defense. Double commits left and right. Somebody not rotating in time. It's very off for these 3 players, and I'm not sure what the issue is in particular, but it might just come down to communication.
And you're right, Turtle. We did see BDS make some good stops, especially Monkey Moon getting that save in the tough spot. But you're right, the double commits. This is more than we've seen in quite some time from BDS, maybe even ever.
Yeah.
Atal off the ceiling gets a double, but it was right to Extra. Oski off Extra's hit will get another. Extra wrapping around his backboard trying to clear it out, but Atal's there. Hard hit down to Monkey Moon, who looked like he was trying to hit Seiko midair.
Big smack of the ball from Monkey Moon, creating some space for himself, but Seiko decides to back off that challenge and get it clear down the other side. For Team Liquid, with these mistakes, whenever they come out like another double commit like that from BDS, you need to strike while the iron is hot, James. Because BDS, while there have been double commits, they seem to get back into rotation quickly even after committing a mistake.
They have been, but now they're struggling to get possession. We saw against Tundra, BDS rocking quite a bit of possession. This time, they're the ones that seem to be struggling to get the ball. Ooh, extra. Late play there on the ball. Monkey Moon going for the sidewall, got the mid boost, but Atao getting another touch on it. Monkey Moon to the corner, pokes it over Oski. Archronic getting demoed out of the air. Nice first touch from Extra. Will go to a flip reset ball. No, goes for the double tap, but it was sniffed out. Still pressure now for BDS. That's their best offensive look they've had all game.
Ooh.
Now side flip there from Extra will slow things down for BDS.
And I was just about to say the key now is not just relying on one or two quick opportunities, but keeping possession, and they're unable to do so because this ball immediately cleared back down the other end. Team Liquid have definitely been the dominant team in terms of possession, but not as creative. Just waiting for the execution. And speaking of execution, Extra almost found that execution there. 50 seconds remaining. Scoreless in game one, but both teams have found their opportunities. When will they strike?
There's a hard clear down. Monkey Moon opting for the corner boost steal. Seiko camped out on the sidewall. Monkey Moon getting some bumps. Atao can't beat Extra. Oski, the 50, will launch it up. Monkey Moon beats a Chronic, but Oski will be able to get to this ball. Going for a ground pitch, maybe. No, we'll leave it for Atao, who's going for the 50. Monkey Moon trying to slow play it, but this might come back to bite him. Seiko, you saw the double commit, Turtle. Now BDS will have to be on low boost to battle this one out.
5 seconds. That's a good touch from Team Liquid, but Atao was not in the position, nor did he have the read that it would bounce in such a fortunate situation. We do get an overtime. Regardless of the double commits, BDS have held on. Maybe they can get a fresh start in OT.
Seiko. 50 comes out. Extra beat by Oski. Now Seiko will bail out for Monkey Moon, who cleared it right to Atao, but the hit comes back to Seiko. Seiko, all he's got is that lob. Extra went for it heavy, and then Monkey Moon gets beat to the ball. 1v1 situation. Atao, the skip shot. Nicely saved by Seiko.
Wow, it looked pretty. I'm not sure if that was the right decision with all the space given. I think the best option is to try and control it. The clear was difficult to receive, but still a good look on net from Team Liquid, and they look to maybe get another chance here if they can win the 50-50 against Seiko. A demo, and maybe a Doomsday Disc if you can keep control. Atao takes it to the ground and then scoops it in.
And speaking of control, that's exactly what needed to happen there. Oski getting the demo, knowing that near post was there. It's very easy to just try to hit that ball out to the middle. Maybe Oski would have been able to get it, but it was nicely controlled, and Team Liquid in a tight game one will pull ahead.
And that's the key, not panicking in that situation where you're on the side wall or the back wall. And like you said, you could have easily just flicked it across, but that's how he knew the space that was given. He knew his teammates were going to come out. And now I definitely know LeafX is waiting on the other line, on the other end, to try and tell me something spicy. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Pick it up. Pick up the phone.
Hello?
I'm here. Hello, sir. I have some results. Solary is currently up 1-0 in their series against Monkeys. Reminder, that's a loser of that. They're done. Their journey is no more. And then on the other side, Williams, Resolve, and Moist. Well, I guess it's a good thing that Moist doesn't care if they lose this one and they're not out of contention, because it's 5-1 in game one right now. It's not looking like a good game for Moist. Yeah. And that's it. That's the only match is happening.
All right. That's all the spice that we get. No more seasoning. Throwing on the chicken. Back into BDS versus Team Liquid. James, what do you expect now from BDS? Do you think they're going to have some type of response in game two? So far, it seems very flat. They can't really find themselves, and the positioning seems off. They're going for double commits. Is that going to get cleaned up in game two?
We're about to find out. Seiko didn't really have much space or boost. We saw against Tundra, he was able to get up in the air with a lot in the tank and no one challenging him. Team Liquid has been quick to shut down that space. And Team BDS have been playing mostly defense, so.
Yeah.
it's going to be tough for Team BDS right now. It seems like Team Liquid just has the clear edge.
Yeah. And the issue about these double commits is that we might not get a goal directly from Team Liquid as a result of a double commit. Like, we haven't seen BDS. 2 players go for the ball and then it's wide open for Team Liquid. But because of those double commits, it's going to be much harder to transition out when you don't have your team fully prepared and in the proper space. And that has flattened a lot of the chances that Team BDS might have gotten had they been in the right spot and been organized to move out and transition on offense.
See if they start to get a bit more organized, and it seems like they have gotten some under control. You saw the pass from Monkey Moon over to Seiko. Seiko going for the musty flip, or musty flick shot there. Extra, the 50. That is not the best 50. Atao wins it and gets the corner boost and goes for bump. Seiko beat on the 50.
Oh my.
Acronic actually got a touch, but somehow Extra was there ready for it.
Acronic, I think he might have gotten bumped into that spot and then used his flip to get a touch. So creative, but we will not see it on the replay. Team Liquid, first time we've seen them stuck in their own end, and they immediately get out of it off a 50-50 win from Atao.
Extra awkward read, puts it back off the ceiling, but Seiko was there to bail out Team BDS. That could have been much worse. Acronic looks like he got awkward.
What is Acronic doing?
Oh, and it's a miss from Monkey Moon. Acronic was flailing. He was there, belly up, and Monkey Moon missed the chance.
Oh, and he was so panicked to go for that shot. Instead of taking his time, he must have assumed that somebody else would have rotated in, even though there was nobody within his radius. He could have waited and let that ball roll down a little bit longer, but instead smacked it off the backboard.
I mean, you thought it was going to be one of those not top plays with Acronic panicking.
Wow.
They are so fortunate that Team BDS did not score on that play.
Yeah.
But they might score on this one, Turtle. Monkey Moon still going off the ceiling, but that one's shut down from Atao.
Panic induced for this Team BDS team, which is a rare sight. Don't often see them flailing at the ball or jumping early when they don't need to. So good historically at controlling this ball, controlling the pace of the game. We always compliment them and highlight them and their ability to do that, but have been unable to do so, and Team Liquid are benefiting from that.
Another low-scoring game. Oh, Atao. Solo play chance off the ceiling. Goes right for net! Atao wasting no time at all!
That's the key. No time wasted. Up immediately. Right from the ceiling, like a lightning bolt striking down from the heavens. Smacks it into the back of the net, and that is the way you want to score first.
I was thinking we might have another 0-0 overtime, but
oh man,
Atao had something else in mind.
I'm so used to seeing players in that situation. Hold on, interrupt me, Oski. Go off, young man.
And kickoffs have not been good for Team BDS, and Oski getting a nice little flip reset shot there. That's the thing of beauty.
What are these kickoffs for BDS? Team Liquid, they are so quick to jump on this ball and to make sure they're given an opportunity. They're going to score another kickoff, James Bott. Disastrous for BDS.
This is bad for BDS, but Team Liquid celebrating these kickoff goals. Team BDS falling apart quick.
Wow. It was scoreless. It felt like one of those games that was going to go the distance, send us into OT, and we'd see more of a reserved rotation on both sides. And Team Liquid did not want to play that way. Oski doesn't want to play where things are all tied up or even giving BDS a chance, but Seiko is going to put this one in, even if they get the save.
And a really good response there from BDS. You saw the passing coming out. The hard shot forcing a rebound.
Yep.
And well done from Seiko to be there. This game is not over yet. Still
not over indeed.
56 seconds left to get to. Monkey Moon trying to pass that back to the middle, but Acronic is there. Another infield pass comes.
I mean, that's already a dub for BDS. They didn't get scored on the kickoff. Immediate dub for BDS, and they can move forward. There's time on the clock, but you can't waste too much of it.
Monkey Moon with that back into the middle, and it's going to cost them potentially, but Seiko bailing them out.
Here we
Seiko now.
go.
Flip reset, played by Oski nicely, just playing the ball. Archronic down the sidewall. Atau light hit. Free flip from Oski back to Atau. And Oski sniped the lower corner. How did that work?
How is this angle even possible? The man free flipped into it and got the pass off the sidewall. Then he's able to get a better shot, a better one on target. Oski flying between BDS members in the corner, makes it 4-1.
That is a statement play and a statement game for Team Liquid. Team Liquid, a bit of a dark horse. But now they could be that 5th team from Europe that goes to Rotterdam with how they're playing right now. If they keep this up, one more game win will better their chances and could potentially dash the hopes of BDS depending on how that quarterfinals matchup gets laid out.
Fighting against the rivals, who's going to take the 5th spot? And there's definitely more games that have been going on if you're only watching this stream. Leaf, update us. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so right now we're all tied up with the Monkey Solary match with game 3, 2-1 for Solary in that game. And then Moist said, oh, we like that scoreline that Williams Resolve had last time, and they're currently winning 5-1.
Oh, man.
So that would bring them to match point. So Moist is crushing through it. And I actually got an update on this one here.
Okay, update. Let's hear it.
Apparently, it doesn't matter the matchups. BDS loses here, they're done.
Wow. Okay. So everything I said was just wrong.
Yeah, it's just you lose, you're done here.
I've been set up. This is unbelievable, but that is true. And apparently it's because Moist lost the game to Williams Resolve. And that means that the loser of this series is now eliminated from the major. Things can change just like that, folks. It's that fast.
That is unbelievable for Team BDS. It seemed like shortly, just a short amount of time ago, Turtle, we're lifting up that RLCS trophy as world champions, and now we might see them eliminated from the first major of this new season.
That is unbelievable. But it's not over yet. Not over yet. A reverse sweep. This is not a best of 7. Okay? Don't give up hope yet if you're a BDS fan. But if you're a Team Liquid fan, you're ecstatic right now with what you're seeing on the screen.
You give up now, Turtle.
No, don't give up. Never give up, okay?
Awesome.
Unless it's like 7-0, then maybe.
Wow. Unreal.
Painful stuff here.
For Team BDS, no doubt.
I knew that BDS weren't looking the best coming out here, but I don't know. It's like all of the wind has just been taken out of their sail, and they're forced to go for only solo plays. They're not really looking for each other as much. It doesn't feel like that machine that you're up against. It's very individual based for BDS, where, okay, Seiko, he did most of the work, if not all the work by himself, or maybe vice versa.
I mean, Extra did quite a bit of work putting in the shots. You saw Seiko get the space and make the opportunity, but Extra was putting it away. It has been, though, like you said, Turtle, a bit disjointed, both offensively and defensively for Team BDS, not playing the cohesive Rocket League that we've seen them play in the past that wears down their opponents. It seems like Liquid's been able to do that against BDS in this one. It's just been slowly wearing down BDS.
Well, the speed's not there. You're not winning challenges. And there's another challenge that you're not winning. And almost a second goal did not slip in. BDS, they're still keeping it within 1. That was a close call.
That might be enough for Team BDS to get some light at the end of the tunnel and maybe reinvigorate them.
Somebody's got to ignite the flame. That save might just do it. The energy needed for BDS. They've got to wake up. This is their last chance, their last hope at Rotterdam.
The defending world champs truly with their back to the wall. Monkey Moon will let Atao hit it. Now back to the corner, trying to collect it. Hit back down to the middle. Extra. It's slowing down. We'll get challenged by a Chronic, but it might work out. Heavy first touch from Monkey Moon, and now a pass out. Oski gonna get this into a dribble.
1v2.
The flick lane open. There's the flick. It's high, and Monkey Moon will still deny the backboard, but it's down to Atao. Atao. The flip reset shot. Atao holding that flip reset in his back pocket till he needed to bust it out.
Oh my goodness, and he's just waiting in the air. Nobody wanted to challenge. I'm on Extra's cam perspective, and he hesitated so hard to go up for that shot. Nobody went up to try and get a touch, to try and interfere. They gave him that space, and he utilized it.
And it's in it again.
Oh, not another kickoff. What is going on? BDS, they're falling apart.
And you saw Seiko look on the replay. Immediately after this challenge, just stop moving. Top corner from Team Liquid. And as hopeful as you want to be for Team BDS, it seems like this is the end of their fall split. Team Liquid has come out swinging. They recognized that Team BDS was hurting, and they were hitting them in the same spot over and over and over. And it feels like Team BDS might have finally succumbed to their injuries, Turtle.
Yeah, and they just don't look confident on the field either. I'm thinking back to that solo play where he kept the flip reset, like you said, in the back pocket, and Extra could have gone up for a challenge early. Maybe the confidence isn't there. They're not feeling too good about winning these challenges, about matching the speed of Team Liquid. Seiko had a real difficult angle, and there was a chance for BDS. 1:10 on the clock. They need something now, James, or they can say goodbye, and that was almost it.
Almost, but it wasn't. Final 60 seconds.
Oh,
and
man.
now trailing back. Extra will capture that ball. Team BDS, they sense that it's all coming to an end here. And another shot. That one's blocked, so perhaps Monkey Moon, a shot on target.
Okay.
There's a chance.
We've been saying this all day, all series long. There's always a chance. There's always an opportunity. And for BDS, 38 seconds left. They've got to pull out something crazy that we've never seen before and actually win this kickoff. Everybody pay attention. They need a good kickoff.
Oh, slow
they come
kickoff
through,
attempted.
and it works. So, I mean, somewhat.
I don't think it worked at all, but at least they tried something.
Yeah, or did it? I mean, look at this. Counterattack. Good chances. Seiko, got to come up clutch. Denied.
Still, all you need really is 2 seconds. Sometimes just one can be enough. Team BDS, the last gasp. Head back, Atao dribbling it across his own goal line. And that is gonna do it. Team Liquid end the hopes of Team BDS. The defending world champions will not be present at Rotterdam.
The road to the major destroyed. Sent up in flames by Team Liquid. As ironic as that statement sounds, that is going to be goodbye to Team BDS. A painful loss and a really tough Swiss stage for them. They fought tooth and nail, but just weren't strong enough and cohesive enough as a team to pull through at the end of the day and leave. Is there anything crazier happening than the world champions getting knocked out?
I want to twist that to be a bit with a bit of happiness here. Quadrant was watching, and with BDS losing, they clinch. So Quadrant's happy.
Okay, so you're just gonna keep dunking on BDS here.
Silver lining, right?
Silver lining for Quadrant, definitely not BDS.
But yeah, we do have 2 other matches going on currently. The other 2 have not finished. Williams Resolve and Moist still going on, and Solary Monkeys. And I believe, both are in game 4 right now.
What a day. What a day. I woke up this morning and I was excited to cast some EU Rocket League. Little did I know that this would turn out the way it has in the most bizarre and gory way possible. This has been a bloodbath on every single pitch I've seen.
Yeah, and I think the big surprise is Quadrant going out so early.
Yeah.
I think
they still made it.
They did still make it, but at the same time, they left a lot of points on the table, and you can't really be short-sighted, especially with this format. You really do have to take that year-long vision and approach. And so Quadrant, though they made the major, it's definitely going to hurt knowing that they could have gotten so many more points for their year-long journey. But now, at least they did make the major. And as far as the Team BDS situation goes, I think many people were somewhat expecting this with the way things were going. It was not as much of a surprise as it is just painful, especially if you've seen Team BDS last year play so well. They seemed unstoppable. And, you know, after adding in Seiko, winning the world championship, it seemed like they were certainly the team. But if you've been paying attention to Monkey Moon's tweets, it has been a rough time for him mentally. And you can just tell that Team BDS, the skill is there, but it's that coordination, it's that communication. And you hope to see BDS bounce back.
And taking a look at the matches on screen, we see that Moist Williams Resolve game go to game 5 as Resolve stop the match point chance there for Moist. And then Monkey's also trying to bring this to a game 5. So potentially game 5s for both these. Reminder that Moist is the only team here that doesn't have to get a win. So actually, in fact, if Moist beat Resolve here, they will actually clinch the major. So a win is definitely good for them, but a loss not detrimental.
Yeah, a win not required, but of course wanted. And Monkeys looks like they're going to secure this game on the right side. And we're going to see 2 game 5s on our screen. It has been an eventful day. And just to add on to what you were saying, James Wadden, you never know. This could be a good thing for BDS to take a break. Burnout is definitely a thing. I mean, you can't even try to imagine. It's so difficult to imagine how many hours these players have put into this game. It is quite literally their livelihood. It's what their lives revolve around. And maybe not making Rotterdam could be a good thing for BDS to regenerate, refresh themselves, and come back stronger than ever. And we'll see some new faces in Rotterdam. Looks like Moist Esports definitely have their work cut out for them to secure a spot, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. But Turtle, along those lines about the break, Team BDS very, very much in the same situation as NRG. You know, team, tons of expectations levied on them, and they fall just short. But in the big picture, just like what I was saying with Quadrant, they're still up there. They still have quite a few points, and this is a year-long competition. And even if you don't automatically qualify for main event at Worlds, you still have that wild card to go through. So I think you can't be a doomsday person. You can't have that perspective. Don't have that mentality. If you're Team BDS or a fan of Team BDS or NRG, they still are in a very good spot in the big picture. It definitely stinks not to see your favorite team at the major, but this is a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yep. And it's always important to remind the players and make sure that's in the back of their heads. But today, of course, will be a tough one to deal with. But moving forward, you expect to see them bounce back, and we know that they have what it takes. But this has been a close game for Moist Esports. 1 goal lead for Williams Resolve. Are they just going to stay on the back end and try and hold them off?
Yeah, it's a good start for Williams Resolve. A reminder, they're eliminated here. They're just done. That's donezo. So getting a dub is it's everything to them. They have absolutely everything to play for against Moist. And I honestly believe this is possible to hold on to this dub, especially the way we've seen Moist playing today and the teams they've lost against.
And I feel like I just feel bad for Charlie having to watch Moist
oh my God,
go to so many game 5s, dude. I think Charlie, ever since signing Moist, I mean, his average heart rate's probably gone up so much. Yeah, I mean, a great start, but my goodness, even the great start, there were still some crazy game 5s, and Moist just like to keep things entertaining for that type of team. And we always go the distance with them. Williams Resolve, however, are trying to deny any clutch factor flame. The old head almost pops off.
That was a very scary play there. Williams Resolve looking like they're keeping Moist stuck back, but that 50, maybe that'll open up some space here. See Astral waiting in the middle. Actually dodged a bump.
Ooh.
It's got demoed there, so Astral being targeted.
This is good. I love this. Final minute is approaching. You know it's going to get intense here. Let's take a listen in. Let's get in on the action.
Let's do it.
Needs to restart the offense yet again for Moist Esports. A pinch downfield, not going to get much further than Owasaki, but this is going to be a tough task for him, and he's actually going to live up to it. He's even going to go for a 50 against Joyo, and Flame will have the follow-up off the ceiling. What's he going to do with it? Tries to drop it low because he sees the oncoming defense in Astral, but the offense not done yet. Moist Esports going back and forth right now, just trying to find an opening, but Williams Resolve will not give them said opening. A 50-50 and a pinch downfield. Noah's there, just needs to get around it, but he cannot. Opts for the demo instead, and that's probably the best way to play it. Noah been a nuisance all day. Why stop now?
The play just slowing down momentarily in midfield. Joyo managed to get it past Nowasaki, but suddenly Williams Resolve in the 1v1. Flame can't get hold of the flick. It's up to Noah to hold possession. He does so enough for Breezy to latch on. He won't get back to it. Astral there to clear. Bass, we have 30 seconds for Williams Resolve to secure their progression to the playoffs against all odds through a tiebreaker and through some of the biggest teams in European Rocket League. They've held on to now. They scored early. They're resilient. Their defense floundering a little bit. It's scrambling. It's nervous. And right now, Moist are going to throw everything they have. They might need a 0 second, but right now the ball is in Williams Resolve's court. One more big defensive stop will be enough, and they will move forward to the playoffs at the very last. It took 5 series, Bass.
That's the energy I wanted. That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, the hype is there for the team streams, and that's what's great about day one here is you get to hear the hype, you get to feel the bias, the love from the casters, and congrats to
get on over.
Resolve on taking that dub.
And check out those team streams every time these day ones are on, man. Follow all those accounts. It's always exciting and to definitely get the vibes from each of the teams that are rooting for those teams too. So Monkey's Solary now coming down to the final minute. So why don't we do the same thing?
Let's get
the hype.
Monkeys d'une très belle opportunité Solary, mais on reste en contrôle. Ferry Pick ici, il a du boost sur le backboard. Il va essayer d'effacer Smokies avec un pinch qui ne se fera pas avoir et on n'arrivera pas pour l'instant à redistribuer sur une phase offensive.
Allez, chaussette sur le côté K-Dop. Ouais, Arju qui va faire la passe. Oh, alors Comité N s'en va, mauvaise communication en face. Mais attention, on va pas se faire bait. Ouais, très bon cut de Ferry Pick ici là. Oh, le break de K-Dop. K-Dop qui a voulu tuer le match ici là. En vrai, c'était bien essayé.
Très bien fait.
Le petit coup de génie qui aurait pu faire la différence. Ferry Pick pour aller attaquer ce backboard. Ouais, on essaie de passer. 45 qui pourra pas. 50-50 qui retourne dans l'axe. K-Dop, attention à ce duel, il est perdu. C'est récupéré par Smokies qui tente de décoller. Et le wall read, faut pas abuser. Impossible de marquer ça. Ferry Pick peut s'échapper.
Ouais, Ferry Pick avec du boost, il va essayer de faire quelque chose. Il passe mid-time, il le dépose en overtime. Ferry Pick au meilleur moment possible. Le clutch mécanique de Ferry Pick dans les airs, le reset, il vient le déposer en double tap. La dinguerie de Ferry Pick au moment le plus important qui va peut-être.
C'est pas fini. C'est pas fini.
9 secondes.
Allez, 9 secondes. Oh là là, ce serait incroyable.
C'est Ferry Pick. Pour l'instant, le kick-off est plutôt bon parce que ça part du côté de la défense de Monkeys. Plus qu'une seconde, il faut mettre la balle au sol pour les premiers playoffs.
Allez.
Ça touche le sol.
Ça tombe pas. Ça tombe pas. La démolition.
Allez. Oui.
Allez, ça drop.
Ça drop. Chaussette.
Oui. Let's go.
Les premiers playoffs.
All right, so we got the stream buff. Like we found out that we have power.
That's right. That's right.
Watching.
Did you see that Fairy Peak shot? Flip, reset, double tap. That was crazy. Fairy Peak is cracked. That was unreal.
Well, now you know why they were playing so good in their matches earlier on today. Apparently they're on something else. They say, I guess they're together right now, so they got the buff of being able to play in the same location. We've seen that help teams huge in the past. But what a day of European Rocket League though. That is,
oh my! What a day indeed. What a day indeed. We've been back and forth between, okay, if this team wins, then it's secured. And then another team wins, and it's like, okay, everything we thought was going to happen is thrown out the window. Now
because
we
someone
know
won one
that
game over here.
nothing is the same. We don't have anything to base our information off. We're always wrong up here anyway, so we're used to this. But this has been one of the most ridiculous days, one of the most ridiculous results. The world champions aren't at Rotterdam. Somebody explain to me what's going on.
James, you have an explanation?
Please.
It's Europe. That's
yeah.
It seems like there's always that one dominant team in Europe, and this split, and maybe this year, it's going to be Carmine Corp.
Yeah.
They look like the team to beat in the entire world, and we've seen teams who win the world championship sometimes have some slumps, and that's what it seems like is going on with Team BDS right now. So we won't see them there, but what we will be guaranteed is some fireworks. This European region always bring in the best competition. You look at statistically throughout the history of the RLCS, the best teams come from Europe, and it's looking like that is the case again so far in the fall split.
Well, let's take a glance back today because it was a chaotic 5 rounds of Swiss Rocket League. Just to mention here too, that only 3 of the top 8 teams tomorrow are in top 5 in points. That just shows you the depth of this region right now, that you can have those teams that if you're looking just at where they position themselves points wise, it's like, okay, yeah, forget about them. No, don't do that. Because looking at this, it's all over the place. If you really hone in and see what happened during the Swiss bracket today, you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm never forgetting about those teams in the 7 to 12 to whatever spots there. And of course, only 8 teams made it out of this. Let's take a glance at those, because tomorrow our single elimination bracket happens, Turtle, and this is where it comes down to the wire. Yeah, this is what you got. Anything catch your eye right off the bat?
Well, I mean, like you said, only 3 of the top 8 teams tomorrow are top 5 in points, which is like ridiculous. So then it's like, how do you predict what's truly going to happen? I think I might just go on the bandwagon with James and think that Carmine Corp are the only team that make me feel like I'm at home and I'm safe and I'm wrapped up in a blanket with some hot chocolate sitting by the campfire. Everybody else just makes me feel like I'm in a war zone and I can't control what's happening, because nothing makes sense ever in this region. It just doesn't.
How about you, James, looking at this? Obviously, we're probably all looking at the top one and being like, all right, K-Corp runs through, but is this a chance for any of these teams to grab a few extra fans and make a surprise run to the grand finals?
Well, yes. If you look at the upper half of the playoff bracket, you definitely have to think it's stacked. You got Carmine Corp, who's always in the finals, Oxygen, who's won one of these events before, and then G1, a team that everyone expected to be here, and Solary, the team that's been defying expectations. Old legends of the scene, showing that they've still got it. So the top half of the bracket going to be entertaining, but if you're a Moist fan, you're keeping your eyes peeled down on that lower part of the bracket. If G1 makes a deep run and then EG or Team Liquid make a deep run, then it is possible that you might not be going to the major.
Well, let's talk about points just a little bit before getting into tomorrow. Obviously, as you said, as things play out, we'll have a bit more understanding of it. But off the bat, the biggest thing we can say is Solar Resolve, Vitality, and Liquid, they lose. They're just done. Their journey ends there. So winning is, Turtle, absolutely crucial to half of the teams in the bracket tomorrow. And then Moist, of course, looking from the sidelines.
And that's the only thing that we can really grab onto, is just watching the teams that have their destiny somewhat in their control. I mean, there's still, moments where these teams can take dubs and still not make it. But for the most part, and like you said, Solar Resolve, Vitality, and Liquid, they're eliminated with a loss, and everything else, time will have to tell of who is going to make it to Rotterdam. It is still a neck and neck race.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, because we end our day 1. We head into that single elimination bracket, and then we start with just win and move on. And winning becomes so important. We start with that lower match, Liquid versus Vitality, followed up with EG, Williams Resolve, Oxygen, G1, K-Corp, Solar. Again, you guys can read. Take a screenshot if you want to save that for later. Find out when your favorite team is playing and make sure you show up, or just get here at the beginning of the day. Because if tomorrow, James, is any indication or today's any indication of what we're going to see tomorrow, is going to be great Rocket League.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I mean, Oxygen, they fell short last regional, so that they're motivated. But G1 is the team that is a huge threat for Moist and their ability to just make it straight through to the major. So still incredible implications tomorrow for Rotterdam. So if you're a Rocket League fan and a European region fan, you must tune in.
We've pretty much said everything, but in case there's any final thoughts, get them out right now. We're done. We're exhausted from the incredible Rocket League, so let's get out of it. Turtle,
listen,
what you got?
There is nothing going on in my head. It's literally as hollow as it's ever been. I have no idea what's going on. I'm loving every second of it. And tomorrow is just going to be as chaotic. I expect even crazier upsets, and nobody, like you said, James, nobody's going to want to miss it.
James, you got empty brain too?
I mean, I'm just soaking it in, soaking it in.
Living in it.
Just enjoying it.
Swimming.
It's sad, I feel for Team BDS, being an NRG fan myself, kind of seeing a team that you hope does well so badly fall just short. It is very difficult to experience as a fan, but also for the players themselves. You've got to feel for them. So, my heart goes out to Monkey Moon and Team BDS, the world champs. They won't be at Rotterdam. Just got to remind them, keep your head up. It is a marathon, not a sprint. You're still very much in the running to be back-to-back world champions. And it's just the way competition goes, especially Europe. Nothing's a given.
I'm going to hire James Bott as my personal coach.
Yeah.
Right now. But
I'm motivated now myself.
I do have empty brain, so this is the perfect time to go play some Rocket League, some ranked Rocket League. So we're going to end the day off and get out of here. With day one finished, we get closer to solidifying our team to the Rotterdam Major. The single elimination bracket begins tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time, but show up 30 minutes earlier. You get treated to a little pre-show with Shogun to get yourself prepped up for the day. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will absolutely see you tomorrow.
You really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
stuck inside.